My name is Sarah, and I'm from Spokane, Washington, and I'm going to try my hand at telling the true scary story of something that happened to me during a solo camping trip last fall. I know that might sound stupid of me, a young woman heading out to camp on her lonesome in an estate that's produced 30 confirmed serial killers, but I carry a gun, so there's that. I know it's not complete protection, but it makes me feel so much safer knowing that I have that option for self-defense. And so, it was last October when I decided to head up to Snow Lake. I wanted to de-stress and unwind with some peace, quiet, and nice views, but I also didn't want the trails to be too tough, so Snow Lake seemed perfect. It's also one of the more popular trails in the Snoqualmie Pass area, and to me it always seemed like a good thing if there were other campers or hikers around, because you never know when you're going to need someone's help. I'm so over that I'd choose the bare bullcrap. Like, tell me you're not a hiker without telling me you're not a hiker. 99% of people you meet on trails are awesome folks. Even the mountain bikers you run into out there are way nicer than the joggers and cyclists I've met in the city. But I guess on this one particular occasion, I ran into the exception which proves the rule, as they say. I hiked about 4 or 5 miles down the trail before I made my camp, which I made sure to keep out of sight from the main trail for privacy's sake. I was pretty worn out from the hike, so after setting up my tent and unpacking the essentials, then making a campfire and warming up some food, I decided to call it a night at around 9 p.m. I remember getting into my sleeping bag, then trying to make a kind of pillow out of my pack and rolled up sweater, and then nothing. I must have dozed off less than a minute after putting my head down. The next thing I remember is dreaming that my sister and I were in the back of my dad's car. I don't know where we were going, but my sister kept teasing me about a crush that I had, and I kept asking my dad to tell her to stop, and he wasn't saying anything. And after that, I have this vivid memory of hearing the sound of a zipper being pulled in the car. It was super loud, and I looked around, but I couldn't see where it was coming from. And then I suddenly had this super clear split-second thought of, oh my god, I need to wake up, I'm in a dream and there's a zipper of my tent that I'm hearing. The sudden transition from the light of the sunlit backseat to the darkness of my tent is something I will never forget, because I went from unconsciousness to consciousness with that same singular thought. Get your gun, and get it quick. I put hours in on the range with this thing, and it's only a 9mm M&P shield, but it's small, easy to conceal, and very easy to use. The only trouble was, I'd never been in a situation where I thought that I would need to use it, and my shooting instructor was right. The adrenaline dump is so real. Even with all the hours I'd put in, it was a struggle to operate it and bring it to bear, and all the while, the zipper of my tent is slowly coming down. You could hear that zip noise, just about drowning out the sound of me arming my M&P. At least I'm assuming whoever it was didn't hear it, because the unzipping didn't stop until I spoke up. I probably sounded scared out of my mind as I said, but I still tried to sound as fierce as possible as I said something along the lines of, "Get away from my tent if you don't want to die right here." And the zipping stopped. But the silence that followed meant whoever was out there hadn't moved. I then told them that I had a gun pointed at that entrance, and if I didn't hear the sound of them getting up and walking away in the next 5 seconds, I was going to start shooting. Then there was movement. I heard someone stand, then heard them take a few steps back before their pace picked up, and I figured they'd started running. I mean, I'd run if someone in the woods just threatened to shoot me, but they didn't. Instead, I heard them walking away, their footfalls getting lighter and lighter as they got further away, and then silence. I couldn't tell if the silence was because their footsteps just faded out, or because they'd stopped walking and were now just hanging back from a distance and waiting to see what I'd do next. The thought paralyzed me, and I lay there, gun pointed at the zipper, for what must have been minutes before I finally found the will to move again. Since I was only 5 miles into the trail, I still had some spotty cell signal, presumably from a tower back near the highway, so I was able to call 911 from my tent. The dispatch guy said that he could notify the King County Sheriff's Office, but that he could get a couple of forest rangers out to me on ATVs within 20 minutes, he thought. He said not to be alarmed if I heard their engines roaring in the darkness, and to hear it as more like a cavalry coming. And it really did sound like that when the rangers did finally show up, but that was a long 20 minutes or so that I had to wait there in the darkness, listening out for any signs of footsteps coming closer again. When the rangers showed up, I told them what happened, and they took a look around to make sure that there was nobody lurking nearby. They couldn't see anyone, but they did find the person's trail leading off into the trees. And so if they were hiding out and waiting for me to let my guard down, they weren't doing it nearby. But that didn't make me feel any better or safer, so I took the rangers up on their offer to give me a ride back towards where my car was parked so I could drive home. It was the first time anything like that has happened to me, and for the record, nothing like that has ever happened since, but I was still really shaken up at the time, and not even for the reasons you might expect. I don't know if you've ever been close to shooting someone before, and I'm sure you don't need anyone to tell you this, but it was not a pleasant experience. I'd love to be that girl who can sound all badass telling everyone how cold she was getting ready to smoke some pervert trying to sneak into her tent at night. But I wasn't ready, and for all the preparation I'd done, I don't think I'd ever have been ready to take someone's life, no matter what they were doing. My instructor mentioned that too, how the fear sometimes leads to reasoning. You think pulling out a gun is going to make someone stop and throw their hands up like in the movies, but the real world isn't like that at all. If you're going to pull your gun on someone, he said, you better be prepared to use it, because if you don't, there's a chance they'll take it from you and use it on you instead. I don't know how far I'd have let that guy go before pulling that trigger. I really don't. I'd definitely have shot him if he tried to grab me, or if I saw him holding a weapon of his own. But I think I'd have literally begged and pleaded with him to stop before I finally put that bullet in him. I think the whole thing shook me up so much, it wasn't just because it was scary for me, and it was very scary. It was because it made me really think for the first time about the possibility of taking someone's life. With the self-defense classes I took, the instructor was awesome, but looking back, he only ever said things like neutralizing the target or ending the threat. And I know that was to try and shield me mentally from the realities of what I was doing. I was practicing to kill someone, and let me tell you, that feels a whole lot different than actually getting ready to go through with it. It was a Monday, exactly 1 week before Christmas, when I arrived home from work to find a package on my family's front porch. I was in my final year of high school, and I'd landed myself a holiday job so I could buy gifts. But since I was on the early shift and finished around 2 or 2:30, I used to get home way earlier than my mom and dad when it was still light outside. It was addressed to my dad, around the size of a shoebox, and had "Handle with care" written on the plain brown wrapping paper. It didn't look like a Christmas gift, but since it was that time of the year, I figured that's what it was. I carefully picked it up and immediately noticed that it felt much heavier than it looked. I remember thinking, okay, whatever's inside must have been expensive, because the weight of it, coupled with the "handle with care" thing, that made me think that it was some dishware, maybe even a car stereo, kind of thing that he was into. Carefully, I set it down on the kitchen table, trying to figure out who it might be from. My dad didn't have many friends, and he spent most of his time at work, so I figured it was either from a client or someone from his small circle of friends. I didn't put too much thought into it, though, because all would be revealed come Christmas when he opened it. At least, that's what I thought. Mom came home a few hours later, then Dad was the last to get home at around 6 that evening. We showed him the package the second that he'd stepped in the kitchen, then after making coffee and asking us about our days, Dad took the package up to his office. Mom told him that he should wait till Christmas before opening it, but Dad was right when he said nothing on the package marked it out as a gift. and the wrapping paper was plain and there wasn't any sort of Merry Christmas written on the tag. The only distinctive marking it had was my dad's name, so he figured it was something to do with work and wouldn't be particularly exciting. The last thing my mom said to him was something like, "Well, if it's edible, at least share some with us." And he said he would, and then he walked out of the kitchen. Seconds after my dad carried the package up to his office, I finished my coffee, put the cup in the sink, and then walked into the family room and flopped down on the couch in front of the TV. I was flicking through the channels when I called out to my mom asking what time dinner was going to be ready. I didn't get to finish that sentence, though. I was midway through when we both heard this very tremendous bang coming from upstairs, and we met each other in the hallway. Mom and myself, I mean, and then ran upstairs to see what the hell made that noise. Mom made it to the door of my dad's office first, and when she opened it, I didn't see what was inside. I just sort of smelled this burning of chemicals before Mom started to scream. And what happened next was kind of a blur. I remember looking into the office and seeing my father, but then immediately slamming the door closed again because he wasn't him anymore. It was a complete mess in there. Pieces of him were everywhere, and I knew he was dead. There was no bringing him back, and there was so much blood and bits of body everywhere that my gut reaction was to just not want to see him. My priority was Mom, and it kind of amazes me how I figured all that out in a fraction of a second, totally wordlessly. She saw what she saw and screamed, like you might expect any regular person to do when they see their life partner blown apart in front of them. But with me, it was like a shutdown. Emotionally, I mean, so I could deal with the fact that my mom was having a complete nervous breakdown right before my eyes. I mean, given what she'd seen, what we'd just seen, there was no telling what she was going to do. The only thing I could get her to focus on was calling 911, so that's what we did. But then, she told the 911 operator what had happened, and then that sent her into a spiral again. She wailed and cried and passed the phone over to me, and I had to leave the room just to be able to focus on what was coming out of my mouth. It was terrible. Without a doubt, the single worst thing I've ever experienced, and I know for a fact that I'll never get over it. But that's not because it was so sudden or violent. It's because even all these years later, we have no idea who sent that package or why. The only clue I got is how people at his job acted in the time after his funeral. Dad worked for some import or export company that operated out of Los Angeles and San Diego. He made them a lot of money, and he was paid handsomely for his services. The company was amazing in the initial aftermath of his death. They paid all of his funeral costs, made sure the life insurance and pension money came through, and even offered to pay for me and my mom to head off on a vacation to Hawaii for about a month, though we didn't accept that offer. And when it came time for me to try and find out what Dad actually did for them, as in what his job was, they completely shut down and started stonewalling us. They basically said that they were more than happy to assist with any further financial costs in relation to Dad's murder, but when it came time to finding out so much as a scrap of information about how he actually made them their money, that was against company policy. They promised that they'd worked hand in hand with the cops should they reach out to talk to them, but then, according to those very same cops, the company only did the bare minimum that they were legally required to do, and then their lips were sealed. As one cop put it, they went out of their way to ensure that we only had a vague job title and description in the form of product acquisition and very little else. We didn't know what his day-to-day looked like. We didn't know the names of the people he worked with, and when it came to the possibility of Dad making any enemies through his job, his bosses and coworkers were less than helpful. It made no sense to us at the time. How could they be so helpful and not get in trouble with the law for, I don't know, obstruction of justice or something like that? Well, they had lawyers, a lot of them, who helped them stay well within the legal guidelines, while at the same time keeping us and the cops almost completely in the dark. We had no idea who had sent that bomb. No idea why they'd wanted to kill my father, and no idea how the hell they'd managed to make the whole thing completely untraceable. The only thing the cops could think of was that whoever built that bomb and delivered it to our house had been hired as a professional to do a job. In other words, my dad was killed by a corporate hitman. They never found the guy that did it, and we never found if anyone paid to have him killed, and if so, who. The pain has gotten easier over the years, and Mom definitely still struggles with it from time to time, but in terms of being able to function as a family, things have gotten a lot better. The only thing I've struggled with is the resentment that I feel towards the people he worked with, the people who abandoned us when we needed them most, and the people I'm pretty sure have intimate knowledge of the circumstances in which my dad was murdered. I've had 2 different therapists tell me that, if I let it, my resentment will be the thing that destroys me. But I disagree. I think the only people who will really suffer if I let that happen are the people who know what happened to my dad. Finding a rental in suburban Victoria that was actually affordable seemed like a miracle. My 2 housemates and I, all in our early 20s and juggling part-time jobs with university, couldn't believe our luck when we found a charming house at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was suspiciously cheap for the area, but we chalked it up to our good fortune and a landlord eager to fill the place quickly. We moved in during an unusually warm summer. The house had a dated but cozy feel with worn carpets and faintly creaking floorboards that we wrote off as part of its charm. It wasn't long before we started to notice some oddities. The first night, while we were unpacking in the living room, we heard footsteps running up and down the hallway. We dismissed it as the house settling, maybe some old pipes, but the footsteps continued every night, always around the same time, 2 a.m. My room was at the end of the hallway, so I was often the last to hear the footsteps before they faded away. One night, I decided to stay up and see if I could catch whatever or whoever was causing the noise. I sat in the living room, lights off, with only the glow from my laptop for company. And right on cue, the footsteps started. Light, rapid steps, unmistakably human, yet not matching anyone's presence. As they approached the living room, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air grew cold, and the footsteps stopped just short of the doorway where I was sitting. I looked up, but there was nothing there, just darkness and the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Now, we laughed it off the next day, but a sense of unease definitely lingered. And then came the touches. It started with Claire, one of my housemates. She'd been studying at the kitchen table and would suddenly feel a light brush against her shoulder, like someone lightly running their fingers over her to get her attention. She'd whip around, expecting to see one of us, but the room would be empty. And over time, Sam and I experienced the same cold, fleeting touches, ever so gentle but profoundly unsettling. The real terror, though, began with the sightings. One evening, while we were all relaxing in the living room, I noticed a shadowy figure peering in through the window. I jumped up, thinking someone was trying to break in, but as I moved closer, the figure seemed to melt away into the night. Sam saw it too, confirming I wasn't just seeing things, and from that point on, the figure haunted us, watching us from the windows, always just at the edge of our vision, disappearing whenever we tried to confront it. The worst night of our lives in that house started just like any other. We had gathered in the kitchen for a late dinner. Plates and cutlery clattered as we joked about the house being haunted, nervously laughing off our fear. It was around midnight when things started to take a turn. As we sat eating, the temperature in the room plummeted. Our breath became visible, hanging in the air like smoke. The kitchen light flickered, casting erratic shadows all around us. And then, without warning, the cupboard doors flew open and plates began to hurl themselves off the shelves. We stared in shock as they shattered against the walls and floors, and amid the chaos, A high-pitched, blood-curdling shriek filled the air, echoing throughout the house. It wasn't just a noise. It was a tormenting sound, like something from the depths of a nightmare. We bolted from the kitchen, only to find the hallway blocked by that same shadowy figure. It loomed larger than ever, a dark mass with indistinct features but a very real presence, and the air felt thick, almost tangible, with hatred and malice radiating from it like a feeling. We hesitated for what felt like an eternity, then bolted for the back door, leaving behind everything but our need to escape. We never spent another night in that house. We called the landlord the next morning demanding an immediate termination of our lease, and surprisingly, or perhaps not, they didn't argue with us. We managed to find temporary accommodation with friends and eventually secured a new place far away from that cul-de-sac and any lingering spirits. Only later did we find out that that house had a very dark history to it. Previous tenants had left suddenly, some claiming that the place was haunted, others describing experiences similar to ours. It wasn't something the landlord ever mentioned, and perhaps it wasn't something they believed or even wanted to believe. But living there changed us. We grew quieter, more introspective, and I find myself glancing over my shoulder a lot more, half expecting to see a shadow peering back at me even in the safety of my new home. Some nights, especially when it's quiet and the house is settling, I swear I can still hear those footsteps. My now ex-boyfriend, current boyfriend during the story, who I'll just call Roger, and I tried to travel and take trips as much as possible. We loved exploring new places and getting away, even if it was for just a few days. And now with that said, we are pretty big introverts and like doing our own thing. When we hike or camp, we like to do so in secluded areas and not be in crowded camping sites or trails where you are literally shoulder to shoulder with other people. We decided to visit a new hiking trail that was decently steep that Roger heard about from a friend at work. We figured it would test our limits and be a nice little getaway for a few days. We have a huge tent and some other amenities to make ourselves comfortable, and I was actually pretty excited to get away. We got there and set up an impromptu campsite on a flat piece of ground where we would be sheltered from wind during the night. And we started this massive hike, and I was excited and nervous, but my excitement turned to annoyance when we stumbled upon another couple hiking at the same place that we were. I say that I was annoyed, but I really wasn't. Everyone has the right to public places as we did, as I am just very anxious and a very socially awkward person. The couple came up to us and introduced themselves, and we were polite and sparked up a little conversation. The couple was actually quite charming, and the questions they asked us and the information they shared with us had both Roger and I pretty disarmed. They asked if we wanted to continue the hike together, and since it's such a long trip, we agreed and figured that we could just turn around if we no longer want company. As I said, the couple is as sweet as can be. They're super informative about the area, and I found them very easy to talk to, even though I usually am terrible at keeping conversation with new people. We've been going for about 45 minutes, and I started falling a little behind. The guy that I'll refer to as Matthew, I won't be sharing the names that they actually gave us, falls behind me and starts up a conversation. And this is where things start to get a little creepy. He starts mentioning my physique and asks what type of workouts I do, stating that his partner is trying to tighten her buns and stay fit. He put his hand on my arm and hand and said, "Look at that definition. You must devote a lot of time to arm days." And I pulled back, kind of in shock and also wanting to get the hell out of there. Now, 5 minutes ago, I found him charming and endearing, and now I feel like his eyes are all over me and I'm getting some very creepy vibes. I catch up to Roger and try and whisper the gist of it to him, and he lets me know that the girl has also started being really weird and made a comment about his package and made sure to say that she wasn't talking about the backpack. Thoroughly creeped out at this point, we decide to just head back and thank them for their great conversation. Thankfully, they wanted to finish the hike and we could just get out of there and back to our campsite. After having a bite to eat, I realized both my bracelet and ring were gone. And I was racking my brain on how the hell I lost them. I never take them off, but it wasn't likely at all that they would just fall off. And then after 15 minutes of looking in my bags, I stopped dead in my tracks. I leaned over to Roger and said, "Matthew," touched my arm and hand on the hike when he was complimenting my definition. Do you think he could have swiped it without me noticing? And we weren't sure, and Roger told me that he would head back up in the morning and see if he saw anything on the ground. We went to bed early knowing that we were going to get up early and try to find the lost jewelry and head home. In the middle of the night, I awoke to the loud sound of a snapping branch and what felt like whispering or something. In that moment, I finally came to and shook Roger and woke him up and must have heard it as well. At that moment, he put a finger over his lips to tell me to keep quiet as he quietly unzipped the tent to take a look. The next thing I know, he's yelling, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" It was the couple from earlier. They said that they had stumbled across our area and wanted to wake up whoever was there because they saw a bear and were fearful that it might attack the site. Roger said that he appreciates that info, but that we're all set. And then Roger came back to the tent and put his finger over his mouth again. He kept his eyes directly on the window of the tent and didn't speak for about 5 minutes. He then looked at me and said, "Grab everything you can and get in the car." I went to speak, and he just repeated the same phrase. We got out and grabbed as much stuff as we could. He even grabbed the tent and began stuffing it still half together into the truck. And we just peeled off once we had the essentials and I finally got an answer out of him as to what was going on. He goes on to say that the Matthew, the guy from earlier, seemed to have a knife in his hand and another one holstered when he got out of that tent. And he said he didn't feel safe with us staying there and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Once we got home and began to shake that terrible nightmare from our minds, I decided to actually look up those couples' names on Facebook. Now, the only thing I could find was that those same 2 names were the names of the couple who died on a camping trip a few years prior. And no, this isn't some ghost story. There was a photo of the couple who had tragically passed, and they were not the 2 people that we saw. For what malicious reasons were they using these fake names, though? Was it just to steal people's stuff? Or something worse? I'm glad that we got up and left right away, or we may have found out what their true intentions were. Back in 2013, I was a deputy manager at a hardware store here in Delaware. For my morning shifts, I'd open the place up, get the computer and registers up and running, then I'd head into the office to check our answering machine. This was probably one of the more crucial aspects of my morning routine because that was my way of finding out if any deliveries had canceled, if anything was arriving earlier than expected, and also if anyone had called in sick that morning. So I sit down with my coffee and I listen to maybe 2 or 3 fairly routine messages. Then, when I hit play on the next one, I recognized the voice right away. I've been half expecting to hear Greg's voice on one of the messages because he was supposed to be there that morning to help me open up. Hearing his voice was kind of a relief at first because at least I knew that he was okay and just sick. But that's not what he'd called to tell us. Greg was an older guy, close to retirement age, and he was quite possibly the sweetest man I'd ever had the pleasure of working with. So naturally, when I didn't see him that morning, I was concerned. I figured he was going to say how he wasn't feeling too good, how he was going to take the day off, and as much as it was going to suck trying to find coverage for him, I was just glad to know that he was okay. But what he had to tell us was anything but reassuring. The message started with, "Good morning, ladies," which made me smile right away because it was how he greeted us every morning. But then he went on to say, "I'm real sorry, but I don't think I'll be making it into work tomorrow morning. I'm going to see Sherry. I didn't know who this Sherry person was, but I also wasn't super close with Greg, not like he was with the ladies who worked on the store's floor or registers, and so I went to ask them. I asked my coworker, a woman named Janine, who Sherry was in relation to Greg, and then the way that she looked at me told me almost everything I needed to know. Sherry was Greg's wife. At least she had been until she passed away. I guess that doesn't make her not his wife, but you see what I mean. And so when he said he was going to see Sherry, I figured that he meant that he was going to visit her grave or something. But then when I said that and expressed why I wasn't sure that warranted a sick day, Janine totally agreed. She says it wasn't like Greg to ever call in sick, and he only ever visited Sherry's grave on their anniversary, their birthday, and usually once around the holidays. I then asked Janine, well, what does it mean when he says he's going to see Sherry? And after she turned a whiter shade of pale, she simply responded with, I think you better go make some phone calls. To which I did. I called Greg on his cell, maybe 2 or 3 times, hoping maybe he just wasn't hearing the phone, and I tried his home phone number, but again, my calls went unanswered. I put the phone down, and then I swear to God, not even 2 seconds goes by before it rings. I'm hoping it's Greg, but it's not. It's Greg's son. Then when I asked if his dad was okay, he told me no. Greg was not okay. In fact, he passed away during the night. Greg's son said that this is what he figured from having seen the scene. It appeared his dad had gotten a bunch of paperwork done, including his will, before laying down in an easy chair and just slipping away during the night. He'd watered his houseplants, paid his bills, put on his best suit and shined his shoes, and then after leaving messages for us and one for his choir director letting him know that he wouldn't need a ride to practice, Greg laid down in his recliner and just died. There was nothing to suggest that he'd expedited his exit, so to speak. There were no pills, no blood, no clear plastic bags or anything of that nature. Everything looked entirely painless and entirely natural. But then somehow I find that all the more haunting. The thing that scares me is sort of how he knew it was his time. Do we all know when we're close to death? And do we all feel so goddamn cheery about it, or was Greg just not afraid to go? The whole thing with Greg isn't the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I've been in a 14-car pileup where a family of 4 died, and let me tell you, that was way more terrifying than finding out Greg had passed away peacefully. But that accident doesn't stick with me the way Greg's sudden passing does, and I guess that's because all of those unanswered questions regarding one of the few things we all share. Man, woman, or child, east or west, north or south, our unstoppable and inevitable end. I found your channel a few weeks back, and I saw you took submissions, so this is the scariest true story that I know 100% happened. 6 years ago, almost to the day, my best friend's dad went camping up in the Northwest Territories here in Canada to a place called Rolfe Lake. To anyone listening, that might not sound like anything to worry about, but if you knew my friend's dad, you'd know how weird and out of character it was. He left for the territories in September and said that he'd be back within just a few weeks. He hadn't been camping since he was a kid, but the weird thing was, he hated outdoor activities. He was a real indoor cat, liked his doodads and gadgets and stuff, and then, all of a sudden, he takes this bizarre interest in camping, buys himself a bunch of equipment, and then boom, one day he announced that he was leaving. The other weird thing is that he took the family's 2 dogs with him, and this is especially weird because he hated those dogs. The only reason the family had them in the first place was because his wife and kids pestered him daily for years. He refused to walk them, pick up after them. It was a case of, those aren't my dogs, so that's not my job. He barely even liked being in the same room as those smelly old mutts, as he used to put it. But then, just like he seemed to totally change overnight when it came to the camping thing, he did the same things with the dogs. He suddenly decided that he didn't spend enough time with them, and that they deserved to go on an adventure instead of just lying around the house all day waiting to be fed or walked. I mean, I think he's kind of right on that point, but like I said, it was completely out of character for him, to the point that my buddy and his family started to worry that he was going through some kind of midlife crisis. But then, what else could they do other than just leave him be and let him get it out of his system, and then have a talk with him when he got back about his new strange behavior? But then, he didn't come back when he said he would. In fact, he never came back at all. After he didn't come back on the date that he said he would, my friend's family reported him missing. The cops said a search and rescue team would take a look around Rolfe Lake for any signs of him, but weeks turned into months, and there was no trace of my buddy's dad anywhere. No one wanted to believe that he was dead, especially not my friend or his family, but by the end of March, he'd been missing for more than 5 months, and people were starting to give up hope. The weather was a big factor, as no one believed that he could survive the winter up there in the territories, especially since he had no experience camping. But then, in early April sometime, a pilot was flying over the area for some reason when they spotted a guy and what looked like 2 dogs walking near Rolfe Lake. The pilot reported the sighting to someone. I don't think he was an official search and rescue dude, but he must have known about my friend's dad being missing out there, because I heard he reported it ASAP. The RCMP, along with an actual search and rescue team, was then sent to look over the area, and after less than a day of searching, they found his campsite. They found wooden tent poles on the ground, some boating wax, a tent, dog supplies, but the man himself had apparently moved on. The boating wax thing was another weird aspect because it suggested my friend's dad had sort of a canoe or something with him. My friend's dad had never once gone canoeing, had zero interest in it, to anyone's knowledge, and no one seemed aware of him buying a canoe before he left for the territories. After a second round of searching, the cops told my friend's family that they figured his dad was somewhere in Yellowknife, the largest town up there in the territories. They'd searched all around Rolfe Lake and found no other traces of my friend's father, and so they moved their search to areas like Yellowknife, but then later to a place called Prince George because apparently he had an old college friend who lived out that way, and it was possible that he'd stop by for a visit. But there's no evidence whatsoever that he did that, and unless the friend in Yellowknife is covering for him for some reason, he's telling the truth when he says that my friend's dad never came by to visit him. But in that case, where did he go, and where is he now? It's kind of brutal to say it out loud or even write it down openly in this case, but pretty much everyone assumes my friend's dad is most probably no longer with us. He went from being resentful of having to take the dogs on walks to having a sudden interest in camping and canoeing, and unless he'd secretly been mastering survival techniques, which I guess isn't out of the question, then he was probably way in over his head and didn't realize it until it was too late. One of the things the Mounties told my friend's family was that even in the summertime, the rivers and lakes up in that area stay icy cold all year round. So even in April, with the seasons changing and the snow melting, it might look like a nice day for a trip downstream, but fall in that water without anyone to drag you out in time, and you might never get out again. They also said that there's a chance wild animals got to his remains, in which case there won't be much left of him to find except his clothes and equipment. But to me, that's just the thing. It all makes much more sense if my friend's dad doesn't want to be found, but no one believes that he's still living out there like some kind of 21st century mountain man. He was a house cat all his life, like I said, and I get that he might have had some radical change of heart, but it all just seems so unlikely, you know? And I sometimes think that he got into some kind of accident, like the whole freezing cold water thing, or that maybe a bear had gotten to him or something, and yeah, the stuff about him being impossible to find because animals ate him, all that makes sense too. But I don't care how hungry a grizzly bear gets. They don't eat whole-ass canoes, and a big colorful canoe seems like it would be way easier to find. I get that they have a big area to cover in terms of search and rescue, but they've been looking for him for I think 5 years now, not counting 2020 because of everything getting scaled back because of you know what. I just don't get how in all this time, not a single trace of my friend's dad has ever been found. And as far as other search and rescue efforts have gone, the authorities usually find some kind of evidence within that 3 to 5 year timeline. S&R workers find bones, bits of old clothing equipment, and they find all kinds of things that prove someone didn't just disappear without a trace. But they've never found anything belonging to my friend's dad after they found his old campsite. I've heard people say that if fresh snow covered his canoe, then it might be a long time before any trace of him is found. But the more time that passes, the more it seems like my friend's dad has just disappeared into thin air. And if I find the whole thing as haunting as I do, then I can't even imagine how my friend and his family must be feeling. They put on a brave face, but I know they're still in pain, and they'd do just about anything to get some final and definitive answers. In the early hours of March 15th, 2024, the skies over New Mexico were still an inky black as State Police Officer Justin Hare drove down a dark stretch of the I-40. Except for a few passing vehicles, the highway was quiet, with the approaching dawn signaling that Hare's shift was coming to an end. But then at around 4:45 a.m., a call came through from his unit's dispatch requesting his help. According to the dispatcher, a motorist with a flat tire was signaling for assistance. Justin said he'd make his way to the driver's location, then set off in the direction of Tucumcari. As Justin arrived at the scene, he observed a white BMW sitting forlornly on the shoulder of the road. Its driver stood nearby as Justin pulled in behind the vehicle, then motioned for the driver to approach his cruiser. As the BMW's driver approached Justin's passenger window, the conversation started innocently enough. They discussed the flat tire, the early hour, and the lack of nearby services. Justin, keen to help a citizen in need, offered Smith a ride to the nearest town, where he could find the assistance he required. The driver smiled, thanked him for the offer, then before Justin realized what was happening, the BMW driver produced a 9mm pistol and then put a bullet through the unsuspecting officer's neck. As Justin struggled to both stem the bleeding and unholster his weapon, the driver of the white BMW walked around to his driver's side window and then shot him twice more. He then shoved the dying officer over into the passenger seat, took command of the patrol car, and then began driving down the I-40 with a mortally wounded Justin gasping for air next to him. Upon reaching a frontage road, the driver stopped the cruiser. He then dragged Justin's incapacitated body from the passenger seat and then left him to die on a cold, dusty stretch of highway near Tucumcari, a name derived from the Comanche word which means ambush. The patrol car was later found crashed in Guadalupe County, and it wasn't long before the driver of the flat-tired BMW was identified as Jeremy Alexander Smith. Smith was already wanted in connection with the murder of Phoenicia Machado IV, the owner of the stolen BMW he was driving in South Carolina's Marion County. The manhunt began immediately as a frantic search for Jeremy Smith gripped the entire southwestern United States. His criminal record painted a picture of a man who had been on a collision course with justice for years, a man who had left a trail of devastation wherever he went. But the shock and horror his actions resulted in were nothing compared to the grief and heartache the local community felt at losing one of its brightest and most selfless members in such a brutal and senseless fashion. Hours turned to days as the manhunt continued, with local law enforcement agencies remaining on high alert. But in the end, it was an era of unbridled stupidity which brought the hammer down on the fugitive Smith. After stopping at a gas station in Albuquerque, Smith was foolish enough to hand over his actual identification card to the attendant. The clerk recognized him in an instant, but kept her cool and completed the transaction. After that, it was simply a case of tracking the stolen car that he was driving, and then closing in to make an arrest. But Smith wasn't about to give up that easily. At exactly 7:49 a.m., 2 deputies of the Bernalillo County Sheriff found themselves sitting in their vehicle outside the address Smith was believed to be sheltering at. Smith apparently spotted the Bernalillo deputies' vehicle because seconds later, their cruiser's radio burst into life with cries of, he's running westbound." The cruiser zooms down a quiet suburban street, the sky a haze of grays and blues as the time ticks over to 7:51. Suddenly, the deputy in the passenger seat asks his partner to halt their cruiser, and as they step out, they are faced with a copper-brown 2-story home, complete with a white garage door. Smith had already taken the lives of both a police officer and a paramedic, but the 2 deputies remain unfaltering in their pursuit. They scan the 2 narrow passageways either side of the home before one quietly declares, "I can hear him." With pistols drawn, the 2 deputies begin their advance, the driver taking the left side of the house, the passenger taking the right. Within seconds, the deputy on the right-hand side of the house spots Smith. "Hey, get over here," he calls over to his partner. "I got contact. He's behind 3135. Suddenly, a black-clad Smith runs into view before swiftly darting through a small opening in the wall behind the home. "Stop running!" the deputy cries, as both he and his partner give chase. The deputy rushes down the passageway, but is forced to slowly round a corner for fear of being ambushed. When the home's backyard proves uninhabited, the deputy grabs his radio and declares he's hopping fences. The deputy peers over a chest-high wall, then attempts to scale it, but as he reaches the top, he hears screaming coming from a neighboring house. "This way," the deputy cries, as he rushes back out into the street their cruiser is parked on. "He's this way, Sarge." As the deputy runs, the distant sound of sirens can be heard, and then suddenly, following a cry of "Stop, police!" the sharp report of gunfire can be heard. "Shots fired," the deputy cries into his radio, his pace quickening as he rushes to assist his fellow deputies. 4 shots are fired, a second-long delay between each mechanical bark. "Where's he at?" the deputy cries. Then, when his question receives no response, he realizes he might have just heard the sound of a third person losing their life to Smith. Without hesitation, the deputy rushes down another narrow passageway. When he sees his sergeant, alive and unharmed, the relief in his voice is palpable. "Sarge," he yells, "where's he at?" Both men climb a dividing wall between the yards of 2 homes, balancing themselves precariously in the hopes of spotting their fugitive suspect. Civilians begin emerging from their homes, alarmed at the sound of gunfire. The 2 deputies tensely order the innocent back into their homes. A minute passes, both officers climb over another adjoining wall. Then, in a brief but surreal moment of stark contrast, the 2 deputies, whose very lives are under threat, run past a bright pink children's playhouse. Yet just as they do, the sound of a woman yelling in a neighboring yard demands their attention. "He's right here," one of the deputies shouts, as he spots the cop killer Jeremy Smith. His voice burns with fear and anger. "Stop!" he yells. "Stop moving!" But Smith pays no heed. He turns, then begins running away from the furious deputy who opens fire on the fleeing killer. In the chaos, at least one of his bullets appears to have struck Smith, as following a swift pursuit, he is found lying among the dirt and gravel of an unfinished pathway, having collapsed after attempting to scale a wall. "You ain't moving," the deputy roars. "Now roll over! Roll over!" Smith appears to cry out in pain before claiming, "You ain't got nothing on me." Yet an instant later, a civilian appears to yell from his window off camera, "I got a gun right here, he just threw it over." As Smith is set upon by the 2 deputies, he once again cries out in pain. He begs them for mercy, claiming his arm is in an unbearable amount of pain. One of the deputies, aware that Smith has already murdered a police officer who tried helping him, tells Smith to shut up. Smith then claims I can't breathe and then proceeds to take a deep breath before crying out in pain again. From one of Smith's pockets, the deputy retrieves a green-colored packet of what appears to be cigarettes, then asks his name. Smith refuses to answer the question and simply replies, "I ain't got nothing." But after the deputy retrieves his wallet, his identification is confirmed. Jeremy Alexander Smith, it reads. The deputies roll Smith over and sit him up. Blood trickles from a wound to his mouth, while a bullet wound to his left arm gives the dark fabric of his hoodie a glossy, gory sheen. "Please, please, please," Smith begs the officers, desperate for the kind of mercy he himself refused to bestow on both paramedic Phoenicia Machado IV and police officer Justin Hare, two people who dedicated their lives to helping others. The legal aftermath was swift and decisive. Facing federal charges including carjacking resulting in death and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence, Smith was eventually charged with several counts. The weight of the evidence, including dash cam and body cam footage, left little room for doubt. In January of 2025, he pled guilty, accepting a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The courtroom was filled with law enforcement officers there to honor Justin Hare, a man who had uttered his last words offering help to the man who would take his life. His family, particularly his parents, Jim and Terry Hare, spoke of the void left in their lives, of the grandchildren who would grow up without their father, and of the community that had lost a true protector. May he, and all other officers who make the ultimate sacrifice while heeding the call of duty, rest in deep and everlasting peace. I'm in my 30s and I've had a few of what I believe to be paranormal experiences. Both of my parents served in the military, which led to me growing up in many different homes all over Europe and the United States. When I was about 15 years old, my family and I lived in a really old house in Portugal. I believe that I was being haunted by an entity that lived in the closet in my room. This was my first paranormal experience. But once we moved back to the United States, I decided that what I thought I was experiencing in the old house in Portugal was just my imagination, and I didn't think about it again until years later. Fast forward 8 years, I landed a job as a state park ranger at a park that included a historic site. At the time, I was already a park ranger at another park, and I remember my coworkers telling me, "Oh, you're transferring to the creepy cult park?" I laughed it off. I genuinely was not considering the fact that the historic buildings could be haunted. I really enjoyed learning about history and was only thinking about how lucky I was to be working there. On my first day at the creepy cult park, a volunteer gave me a full tour of the historic site. When the cult was at its peak, there were over 100 buildings. Now only 13 buildings remain. We had already entered 3 of the buildings, and the words haunted or ghost still hadn't crossed my mind. That was until we went into the old bakery. We were on the first floor. Park visitors could look through the glass window at the doorway to see all the artifacts that were there when the bakery was in full operation. But we had a key to get inside the building. At this point, everything felt normal while taking a look around the first floor. The volunteer then started to lead me to the stairwell where only park employees could go. I was in the front and made it halfway up the stairs, and all of a sudden, there it was. The same kind of feeling I had when I was a teenager in Portugal. I asked the volunteer, "Do I have to go up there?" And she seemed annoyed and said, "Oh, you're one of those?" "One of what?" I asked. "One of those people that believe in ghosts?" I didn't know how to answer her. I was new and didn't want to start off on the wrong foot. I had been a park ranger for years, but never at a historic site. I responded, "I don't know if it's a ghost, but I got a bad feeling, and I really don't want to go up there." She rolled her eyes and said, "Let's move on to the founder's home." We toured about 5 more buildings after that. I had that uneasy feeling in all of them, but I assumed it was just me still thinking about the experience I had at the bakery. 2 weeks later, I had a week of morning field shifts. One of my tasks during this shift was unlocking and disarming the buildings before the park opened. I had done this on my own a few times and really only got that eerie feeling when opening the bakery. Luckily, going upstairs was not a requirement. But on this particular day, I had opened 6 buildings before arriving at the founder's home, as in the home of the founder of the cult. When you walked inside the founder's home, you could see 2 old wooden staircases on either side of the room leading upstairs. Underneath those staircases were storage closets, and one of them was where the security system was installed. When you opened the main door to the building, an alarm would go off, and you had to use the skeleton key to open the main door, then quickly grab a different key to unlock the door under the staircase to disarm the alarm. You only had 1 minute to disarm the alarm before the cops were notified, so I was focused on looking for my second key while walking inside the building. As I was walking toward the closet, hearing the loud alarm going off in the background, I found my next set of keys, looked up, and there it was. A silhouette of someone standing there, staring at me. But he had no features. He was a shadow. I froze. I felt like I couldn't breathe. For those of you who have not experienced something like this before, it is literally a sixth sense. Your body does not know how to respond because it doesn't know what the hell it's looking at. The figure stood there for only 1 or 2 seconds, then ran up the set of stairs to the right at an unnatural speed. I dropped my keys and yelled an expletive and ran outside. I paced the porch a few times trying to catch my breath and thought, damn it, I have to alert the ranger at the ranger station that no one broke into the founder's home. I radioed the ranger station to let them know that I was just late in disarming the alarm, and my coworker said, "It's okay, it happens sometimes, just disarm it and finish opening the parks. Come up to the ranger station when you're done." When I got to the ranger station, my coworker didn't lecture me like I thought he might. Instead, he just said, "You saw something, didn't you?" And I was shocked and relieved at the same time. He had been working there for almost 20 years, and he told me he wanted me to come to my own conclusions about the buildings being haunted before sharing all of his experiences with me. Knowing that some of the other rangers and volunteers felt the same way I did about the building being just downright creepy made me feel a lot better, even if that meant that the other half of the staff thought that I was paranoid. But I don't care. I know what I saw. I worked at that park for 5 more years after that, and I have many, many stories to tell. And maybe I'll submit another one if you're interested.
You know, when you're the kind of girl who has it all, beauty, personality, popularity, and wealth, you get your head in the cloud, and it only gets more submerged until you get suddenly yanked out of it when you lose them. I was the kind of popular high school girl you may have seen in movies or series, and the only difference was that it was real. My father, one of the wealthiest men in town, had given me everything I desired: designer shoes, bags, or a flashy car. I participated in multiple beauty pageants from the age of 6 and won each one, which made me feel like a queen bee among the girls my age. Boys flocked around me asking for a chance to date, only to be rejected. Many were jealous of me, but I knew I was better than them, so I didn't care. It wasn't until after the unfortunate incident that resulted in a scar on my face that I truly understood how arrogant I was back then. 3 months ago, while exiting the school, my heart raced as I had an eerie feeling of being followed. I turned around to see who it was, but the sea of students made it impossible to identify the person. My nerves were on edge as I walked towards my car, feeling the weight of someone's eyes watching my every move. Upon reaching home, I was greeted by the sight of my mother, who had separated from my father after he caught her in an affair with another man. Seeing her again stirred up a mixture of emotions in me: anger, sadness, and resentment. I couldn't help the biting remark that slipped from my lips as I walked past her to my room. "Did David finally leave you to go off with his new mistress?" I sneered, my voice dripping with disdain. "That's not how you should greet your mother, Haley." Despite her calm response, I could sense the hurt in her eyes. She walked toward me when she noticed me giving her a cold shoulder, and as she tried to grab my shoulder, I recoiled at her touch. She looked at me in shock and asked if I still hadn't gotten it treated. "It's fine, Mom. I prefer not being touched anyway. My phobia has become a protective shield, a blessing in disguise," I said, my voice laced with bitterness. She looked at me in disappointment, as if she had been expecting a different outcome. I knew she was about to say something, but I didn't want to hear it. Before she could speak, I hurriedly entered my room and locked it behind me. My mother used to come occasionally in hopes of bonding with me the way we used to before the divorce, for she had always cared for me. But after what she had done to my father, I couldn't forgive her. Not that I tried. Nothing she did mattered to me. The next day, I was in a foul mood because of my mom the entire day and was ignoring everyone who tried to approach me. As I was making my way down the hallway, lost in my thoughts, I suddenly jolted back to reality by seeing a guy in thick glasses flashing me a smile. I recognized him as Marcus, a familiar face from all my classes. He had a habit of constantly bringing up video games in every possible discussion, using them as examples for every topic, which was admittedly quite tiresome. He was the archetypal nerd, with good looks obscured by his thick frames and obsession with gaming. I never particularly cared for him, so I did my best to ignore him and walked past him. However, he began to follow me, calling out my name, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment wash over me. The moment I noticed him following me, I started walking faster, but before I knew it, he caught up and tried grabbing my hand. I felt a wave of disgust wash over me as I yanked my hand away, not letting him touch me due to my mild pathophobia at that time. This phobia of touch has become severe, but only a few people know of my condition, since I never let anyone see my weakness. He looked at me in confusion and shock, almost as if he didn't expect my reaction. I noticed the corner of his mouth twitch as he furrowed his eyebrows before finally apologizing and walking away without telling me what he wanted to say. I didn't care enough to ask him, so I continued walking. For the rest of the school time, I could sense him giving me a weird look, which for some reason I couldn't shake off. As the last period ended and he still got on my nerves, I approached him in front of everyone and said, "Listen here, you dirtbag. I don't know what you're trying to do here, but keep your creepiness to yourself. You only disgust me." I said whatever came out of my mouth without thinking and exited the classroom. That day, when I was at home, a maid handed me a gift box that was delivered to me. Since this wasn't the first time someone had sent something to me, I immediately opened it without inspecting it. There was an old model cell phone inside, and as I clicked on the button to turn it on, a scream erupted from my throat, echoing in the house as it blasted on my face. As I held my face in pain and agony, a small piece of paper fell from the box with the message, "Rudeness disgusts me." A haze took over my mind as I couldn't take the severe pain that followed, but it wasn't letting me lose consciousness either. I was immediately taken to the hospital and admitted for 2 weeks as my burns were treated. My father tried to find out who it was that sent me that gift and even asked me who it could have been. I don't know if it was the trauma or the realization of how I had treated people until now that I couldn't think of anyone who could have done it. Now that I'm thinking about everything, it might have been Marcus, since I had offended him that day. But there was that stalker, too, whose identity I am still unaware of. While my mother offered to pay for my surgery after Dad said he couldn't afford it, I still rejected her. I'm ready to live with these until I earn enough money to afford it myself. Yes, I was a rich, proud brat who fell flat on my face from the clouds, but surprisingly, this did not cause me much trauma except that my haphophobia increased. Probably because after everything that I went through that resulted in my phobia, this was lesser in comparison. But being a girl and losing your beauty is terrifying, something no one would ever want.
Growing up, I watched the classic holiday movie Home Alone multiple times and never imagined that I would find myself in a similar situation. However, life took a dark turn, and the twist was anything but comedic. I found myself in a horror situation that seemed to have been taken straight out of a movie. The fear and uncertainty that came with the experience left an indelible mark on me. Following my mother's abandonment and move to live with her new husband and kids, I found myself living with my aunt. My father didn't care for me as well, and I would only see child support to my aunt. That Christmas Eve, my aunt asked if I could spend the night home alone so that they could celebrate with her boyfriend and his family. Despite feeling powerless to demand anything given my circumstances, I agreed to her request, grateful for the roof over my head. My aunt's house was located right beside a forest preserve, surrounded by lush greenery and far from the hustle and bustle of the city. We had always felt safe and secure in this peaceful abode, until that night, when something strange occurred. When Aunt Selena was away, I was sitting in the living room watching my favorite cartoon program on the television. Suddenly, I heard a loud noise that seemed to be coming from the front door. I quickly turned to check the clock, which read 11:45 p.m. I knew for sure that my aunt wouldn't be back tonight, and even if she did, she had a spare key with her. It was highly unlikely that anyone else would drop by at such an odd hour. The sound was making me increasingly anxious and frightened, and I couldn't shake off the unnerving feeling. As I stood frozen in the hallway, I called out to my aunt, hoping that she was the one standing on the other side of the door. Unfortunately, no one responded, and the eerie silence made my heart beat faster. I was too scared to move, so I thought turning up the volume of the TV would help me drown out the pounding of my heart. However, I could barely concentrate on the program I was watching, as my mind was fixated on the strange present lurking outside the door. Unlike most children my age who would have thought it was Santa or his elves with a present, I knew better. Santa wasn't real, and the idea of a stranger pretending to be him terrified me beyond measure. I couldn't shake off the feeling that whoever was standing outside the door was up to no good. As I returned to sit on the couch, I tried my best to focus on the program I was watching, when suddenly there was a loud noise that sounded like thud, thud, coming from the front door. I froze in fear, my heart racing as I tried to convince myself that it was just a simple knock, but I knew it wasn't, because we had a doorbell that people usually use to announce their arrival. In a trembling voice, I managed to ask, Who is it?" There was no response, just silence. After a few seconds, another knock echoed through the house, sending shivers down my spine. This time, I didn't have the courage to ask who it was. I remained silent, hoping that whoever was at the door would go away. But then, I heard a faint whisper that made my blood run cold. "Hey kid, open the door." It was the voice of an old woman, but it was low and chilling, sending shivers down my spine. I felt like I was in a horror movie. I didn't reply. Instead, I covered my mouth with my palms of my hands, trying to stifle my breath so that whoever it was couldn't hear me. The voice whispered again, "Open the door, kid. I have a present for you." This time, it sounded more eager and impatient than before. I knew that I had to be careful. I didn't know who was outside or what they wanted. I sat still, waiting for the person to leave, hoping that they would leave me alone. The sound of the knocking grew louder and more forceful, reverberating throughout the house and causing the door to shake with each impact. My heart raced with fear, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was on the other side meant me harm. Despite my terror, I was paralyzed with indecision, unable to even consider calling 911 for help. Instead, I curled up on the couch, desperately trying to hide myself from the pounding at the door and the whispering threats of the mysterious stranger outside. As the night wore on, tears streamed down my face unwillingly as I desperately clutched the blanket around me for comfort. The knocking never ceased, a constant reminder of the danger lurking just outside. Exhausted, I eventually cried myself to sleep, only to be jolted awake by someone shaking me. Blinking away the grogginess, I saw Aunt Selena standing over me, her concerned gaze fixed on my disheveled form as she was asking me if I slept on the couch the entire night. With a trembling voice, I began bawling my eyes out and recounted to her the details of the previous night's events, and she reassured me that she would look into it. More terrifying was the fact that when she checked the CCTV footage outside the house to see if there was anyone there that night, there was no one. The footage showed an empty seat with no signs of anyone walking by her house, let alone standing outside the front door. The memory of that unsettling incident plagued my dreams for years to come. The image of that mysterious woman, whispering from beyond the closed door, beckoning me to open it, was etched into my mind. Nevertheless, I was grateful that I never had to experience that horror again.
Driving for more than 10 years now, I have a decent knowledge of the highways and byways around the country. I'm usually not the kind who would get scared easily, whether someone tries to intimidate me amidst traffic or some man having road rage. But there happened an incident that I would never be able to forget in my life. It was around 3 in the morning when I was carrying precious cargo through a Michigan highway when I came across a travel stop. And since I had been driving nonstop for almost 4 hours now, I decided to stop for a while. I hadn't had anything after yesterday's lunch, so I went to the Del Taco and ordered a classic grilled chicken cheese taco along with an iced coffee. It took about 5 to 7 minutes for them to prepare my order. While eating, my eyes went to the corner table with a gloomy atmosphere, where I noticed 3 men sitting around a teenage girl, and judging by her expression, she was scared. It doesn't take a genius to figure out she was in trouble. But before I could decide whether to stay seated or go there to ask what was going on, those men noticed me staring in their direction, and after a few seconds of whispering, they got up and exited the outlet. I am not the type who plays hero just based on my assumption. And besides, I had to deliver the cargo on time, so I continued to chew the bite of taco I just had. It took me about 10 minutes or so to finish the entire thing, and after I was done with my snack, I headed back to my truck. I looked around the area, but the men from earlier were nowhere to be seen, so I figured they must have left by now. But before getting in to start driving, I remembered that I didn't have any drinking water left. So I went back inside to buy a few bottles of water for the next few hours until I reached my destination. I started my truck and turned it on the road, and just so I didn't doze off while driving, I played a few songs on shuffle. About half an hour or so, I was driving on a highway while listening to Charlie Puth's song Attention when I noticed a parked car on the side of the road, and by the looks of it, there seemed to be a fuel leakage in that. I saw the silhouette of a man crouched near the edge of the car, so I thought maybe he was trying to check the issue in his car. Intending to ask if the man needed help, I stopped briefly, and that was when I could see his face. He was one of the men I saw at that travel stop, and that was not all. His face and hands seemed to be covered in some liquid. Upon looking at it more carefully, the realization hit me harder than a rock, making me tremble from the thought that followed by the scene of the blood. I quickly looked around to see if the other 2 men and the girl were around when I noticed her curled up in a corner in the distance, shaking like a leaf while her gaze was stuck on something. I followed it only to see the other 2 men whose bodies were brutally mutilated. Their stomachs were torn open and their guts were all over the ground. I could feel a knot forming inside my belly as I felt like I would throw up any second now. Despite the two men's massive physiques compared to the guy who supposedly killed them, their bodies were in the condition of an animal in the butcher's shop. Despite her body trembling, I was taken aback by the girl's expression, which looked at ease, as if she didn't fear the guy who had just killed his fellow companions. And that was when I saw her noticing me. I turned to see the guy sitting near the car, whose eyes were now on me. I twitched at how he stared straight into my soul, even though I was still inside the truck. At that moment, I could hear every fiber of my being telling me to get away from there if I wanted to see the following array of sunlight. I started the truck and passed them without turning my head back, even once to check if they were still looking in my direction, knowing full well that by doing that I might have just left a helpless girl inside the mouth of danger. But, believe it or not, my mind couldn't think about anything other than saving my own life at that moment. I would lie through my teeth if I were to say that I was utterly oblivious to my selfish act while running with my tails behind my legs, but I know anyone would have done the same if they had witnessed what I did. After driving for another 20 minutes with my mind in a complete haze, I realized that I should at least do something to ease my consciousness. So I called 911 to let them know that there was a psycho murderer on the loose, and told them the location of where I had seen them. I also told them about the girl who was still alive when I last saw her, hoping for them to get there before the maniac decided to kill her too, or he might have already done that. With a disturbed mind, I got to my destination and delivered the cargo on time. Thankfully, everything seemed to be in its place, but I didn't think I could work for the day, so I canceled whatever I had and headed back to my apartment to get some rest. It's been just a week since that incident, and I still haven't seen any news of that incident, leaving many of my questions unanswered. I even searched on Google for any article related to that incident, but no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find anything. Were the cops able to get there on time? Was the girl saved, or did the man kill her too? Should I have stayed there to help the girl? But even if I did, I wouldn't have been able to stop them. But why did she have that expression on her face? And what could have been the reason for such brutality?
This incident happened to us when I was in the woods with my friend. His name was Samuel, and that was the last day when I saw him. We witnessed something inhuman in the woods, and were afraid, so we were returning as fast as we could, but in the process, I didn't notice that I had lost him. And after that day, he didn't return back to us. At that time, I lived in Silicon City, which was the last residential point before the vast jungle in Brazil. A few miles from our city, there was this huge and dense forest that was spread over more than 100 miles. My father was a police officer and was living about 8 hours away from my place. I lived in my house along with my mother and my younger sister. My father was living with us until I turned 16, but then he was transferred to another area, and now we were here without him. It was not like we were having any difficulty or facing a lot of problems without him, but the point was that we missed him very much. He used to send enough money for us to leave our life full of facilities and comforts. When he was with us, he used to take me to the woods for hunting and fishing at the lake, which was several miles deep into the woods, but that was his favorite place for fishing. I had been there many times before and also knew the route. But since his transfer, I have never visited there even once. It was a normal day, and I was sitting in my hall and watching TV when my friend who lived in my neighborhood came running to me and asked me to go into the forest for some hunting and fishing. I was getting bored of sitting in my room and watching TV, so I thought that it would be a good opportunity to go and visit that place again. I agreed with him and was excited to go there. This was the first time I was going into the woods without him, I asked him to prepare our stuff and meet here again in the next 15 minutes. I went to my room and changed into my dad's hunting uniform and took the fishing rod along with a rifle that was for hunting and waited for my friend to come. He reached there after 20 minutes and apologized to me for keeping me waiting. I didn't mind that thing, and from there, we started our trip to the woods. It was a nice, sunny day, and the time was around 3 p.m. After half an hour, we reached the starting point of the forest, and then started our journey into the woods. As we walked into the woods, we found only vegetation that was growing even denser after every step. Back then, when I came here with my dad, this route was totally clear. But maybe we hadn't visited this forest for years, and, in between, the bushes grew, and the result was right in front of our eyes. After walking for about an hour, we reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounded most of that area, and till that time, we were very tired and hungry. So, I asked my friend to take out some snacks that we carried to enjoy in the woods. We sat there and ate a little snack to get back into action, but with full energy. After this, we continued our search for my dad's favorite fishing place. We kept on walking ahead, but didn't find anything other than dense bushes and trees. It was getting harder to cut through the vegetation. But it seemed God heard our voices, and we heard the voice of flowing water. I knew for sure that it was the same spot where my dad always took me, and I was right about that. After clearing the bushes, we could easily see the lake. We were feeling very tired and completely exhausted, so we decided to sit and rest for a while on the grass. We were resting there when my friend felt thirsty and went to the lake to drink some water. While drinking water, he noticed something on the opposite side of the lake. At first, he didn't see that clearly and ignored it. But as soon as he stood up after drinking water, he started to shake after watching what he saw there. I went to him and asked him what he saw, whether it was some wild animal or something. He didn't say anything, but pointed his fingers towards the opposite side of the lake. I looked there, and I couldn't explain to you what I saw there. We saw something that was out of our imagination and was a totally inexplicable thing. On the other side of the lake, there was a small, clear, sand-made area, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. It was really too huge, and we both knew that no normal human or animal could have made it. We were both too afraid and went there while shaking our boots. After reaching there, we came to know that the footprint was about 30 times greater in size than ours. We looked at that footprint clearly and examined it. Soon, we realized that it was completely inhuman, and we suddenly started to feel even more terror in our hearts. We rushed back without so much as a peep, and we kept on running through the dense bushes without looking back. After running continuously for about an hour, I reached outside the forest, and at that time, I realized that Samuel was not with me. I looked back and waited for him, since I thought he must have got caught or struck into the bushes. But several minutes passed, and he didn't return. I screamed and shouted his name so that he could identify my voice and come back to me, but everything was in vain. I waited for him for the next 2 hours, but when he didn't return back, I got worried about him and went running back to my home. I reached my home and called the cops and explained everything to them. They came to me after about 30 minutes and took a photograph of him. This time, I also told them about the footprint that I saw deep in the forest. They took all the information they needed from me and started their investigation. After that day, I waited for their call every day, but they didn't contact me ever again. And as far as my friend is concerned, he never returned to me ever again. Every time I explained this story to my other friends, they made fun of me, and they always asked me to take them with me to the same spot. But whatever that huge footprint belonged to, one thing was sure, that it scared the hell out of us. And also, even today, I kept on thinking about where in the world did my friend go.
Hey, what are you doing? Stop here. I told you we cannot afford to be seen. I looked at her in annoyance, and without giving her a response, I walked out. It had been over 10 hours of me driving around her with that thing in my car while holding the urge to take a dump. Not like it was my fault we were in this mess. Now that I think about it, I never even wanted to be with her. But now that we were, the least she could do was own up to it. I have had it with her lording it over me. It made me feel like I was her underling or something. Without caring that I had left her in the car alone, I walked into Love's stop to use the restroom. Deliberately taking my sweet time, I started thinking about where it all started going wrong. 6 months ago. Jim, my drinking buddy, had thrown a party before leaving the town for good, and by the looks of it, he had invited half of the drunkards here, but the girls seemed to be giving life to the boring farewell. While intoxicated with booze and hooters, my eyes landed on the prettiest flower of the party. She was as beautiful as a Juliet rose. Sitting on the bar counter drinking her martini, she attracted almost every man's attention. I was not immune to the enchantment of the fairer sex, so the desire to have her sprouted in my heart. As I started walking to her, I noticed Jim approached her, and before I knew it, the two of them were kissing in the corner. I loved the man, but sometimes he got on my nerves, and that time was no different. The girl seemed drunk since she excused herself to the bathroom while covering a hand on her mouth after a few minutes of their kissing, which relaxed me. Looking at how my friend didn't wait to have his hands under another girl's shirt, she must not be one of his girlfriends. I grabbed a towel and went to wait outside the bathroom for her. Regrets come in many forms, and I have no idea mine would be the face of a beautiful woman when I found myself cleaning up her puke at 3 a.m. while she lay naked on my bed. If you're wondering, no, we didn't do anything. More like couldn't, since she ruined my sheets and floor with the crab she had for dinner. So the tragedy of life continues when she accuses me of taking advantage of her the following day. I mean, come on. Woman, I cleaned your vomit off my floor. She wasn't willing to listen to my explanation, and it ended in me apologizing to her after telling her for the 100th time that we didn't do anything. Jim left for a few days, and my life was usually going until about 6 months later. She dropped unannounced at my place, drenched in the rain. She told me that she was nearby and it started raining, and she didn't know where to go. It was like I had forgotten about the other day. Just thinking about it made my mouth bitter. But judging by the way it was raining, she would probably get sick if she stayed like that any longer, and I sure as hell didn't want to take the blame for that, so I let her in. I took her to the hearth room, handed her a towel to dry herself, and turned to leave. "Can't you stay for a bit? I don't want to be alone." Her words somehow felt as if they had some secret encoded message in them, so I looked at her in confusion, only to find her staring at me with desire. As I mentioned earlier, I am not immune to women's enchantment, and the way her translucent dress had clung to her like a second skin, making everything visible, was turning me on just by looking at her. Subconsciously, my eyes trailed the outline of her body over her dress, and as she noticed that, she removed it for me to analyze her bare skin. I don't know what came over me, but I couldn't resist succumbing to my indecent thoughts. The following morning, I jolted up and I questionably found myself. She was lying naked on me. I quickly grabbed my clothes and started dressing up. "Kian, you in there?" It was Jim's voice, but what was he doing here? Before I could say anything, he walked in, and his gaze shifted from me to the temptress lying naked on my bed. "So it was you," he mumbled while clenching his fist. His tense jaw and lips said I would not like whatever came next. "Listen to me first. I panicked. "Jim, how are you here?" That siren woke up and asked him while rubbing her eyes. "So he's the one you've been cheating with, my best friend." His words left me flabbergasted. What was he saying? Cheated? "So, was it to you?" Her nonchalant reply made me look at her in disbelief. "Hey, you seduced me." I couldn't finish my sentence as he dashed and grabbed me by the throat. I tried to say he had misunderstood this and had no idea about the relationship, but he was strangling me so hard that I started choking and grasping for air. That was when I saw my moon lamp breaking on his head. He let go of me, and he tried to maintain his balance, and before he could turn, she stabbed him with the sharp metal part of the lamp. Horrified, I stood there frozen, hoping it all to be a nightmare, but it wasn't. It was a terrifying reality. She was no rose, but an oleander, toxic from root to tip, and without realization, I had touched the poison the day I first saw her. She suggested we couldn't leave the body like that and made me load it in the car. I was scared, so I followed whatever command she gave me. Present. After finishing my business, I half-heartedly headed to the car and noticed 2 officers standing near it. Since they caught me, I couldn't turn back, or I would look suspicious, so I continued to walk. But as I saw them escorting out that temptress, I flinched and my steps slowed. She was bleeding through her forehead, and she somehow tied herself with the wire lying around on my back seat. The girl was right. There is a dead body here. Another officer walked in front and informed the other. My mind kept telling me I had to run, but my body didn't follow and stood frozen. My eyes were still fixated on her sniffling and the way one of the officers consoled her. What in the world did she tell them? I was handcuffed within seconds, but all I could think about was how easy it was for her to frame me for everything she did. I should have just called the cops instead of doing her bidding. Deciphering some of their words as they talked about their case amongst themselves, she might have seen them approach and quickly injured herself to make it look like I did it. She told them I did indecent things to her before kidnapping her and killing her boyfriend. As they are taking me to the police station for further questioning, all I can think is that fate played a cruel trick on me the day I crossed my path with her. Hell, I don't even know her name. This story happened to me about 2 years ago, just after the first lockdown was lifted. My kids were getting bored from their online studies, and my wife was also feeling the same. So we all decided to plan out and go for a night out. We lived in a small city a little away from the real town area. Our city was not too far from the mountain area. You can say that our city was the last residential place before that miles and miles long forest area. We all decided to go camping. The next day, I went to my office and applied for 3 days leave. I also mentioned my reason for the leave. I was a very sincere employee, and all my records were pretty clear, so the boss agreed to my leave application. From there, I went to the market and took some supplies we needed for camping. From there, I directly returned home. My 2 kids were waiting for me at the door. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I was a father of 2 kids, 1 son and 1 daughter. My little kid's name was Marks and Princess. You can call her Angel. And yeah, my better half, how can I forget her? Just call her Bridge. Alas, the most important member of my family, how can I forget about him? Call him Johnny. Though he was a dog, let me tell you a secret. You don't want to get crushed beneath my wife's sandals when never call him a dog in front of her. We planned everything and decided to go the next evening. As planned, I returned from my office early that day. My kids were already ready, and so was my wife. It was me who was late. My wife looked at me with her mesmerizing eyes, but the look in her eyes was not for love. I understood and ran into my room. I changed and came back to her within a few minutes. They had already placed everything into the car. The last thing that was left to say, "Let's go." We shouted and hence started our trip. It was already dark until then. After an hour of driving, we finally reached our destination. It was an open place covered by woods, but open from above. I selected this place so I could watch the moonlight clearly during the night. No better view could be found if we talk about camping. We climbed down from the car and pitched a tent in a spot just where we could get a proper moon view. We also pitched our kids' tents on our right side and one special tent for our special Johnny to our left. Meanwhile, my kid and my princess were playing with Johnny. I gathered some sticks from the nearby area and placed a bonfire to prepare our dinner. We had some dry fish which I purchased from a local market store, so we cooked it and had our dinner. After that, we enjoyed our time there, singing and dancing, especially Mark's an Angel. Around 11:30 p.m., we decided to call it off for the night and went to our respective tents to sleep. I was always awake later than my family, and this night was no different. During the middle of the night, at the time of this event, I was sitting inside my tent, looking at the moon from the little open hole in our tent roof. Suddenly, my dog started to bark relentlessly. While it didn't cause much alarm, as it's not completely out of the ordinary for him, he was disturbing my wife and kids, so I hopped out of the tent to silence him. My kids were not much older, so they couldn't get scared too. I reacted to his bark a bit more quickly than usual. I made it to him within just 4 to 5 seconds. I shouted at him and asked him to get silent, but he was continuously barking while looking in that particular direction. I then turned my sight in his direction to determine what he was upset by. I looked there and was shocked. I felt like I was frozen at that particular spot. I couldn't believe my eyes for a minute. Directly in front of me, standing by the fire pit more than 10 feet away, a bear raised his head to make eye contact with me. I got scared and started loudly calling my deep sleeper wife's name again and again. I was also screaming, "Bear!" and "Bear!" alternating with her name. Only then I realized that I had a gun in my car, which I kept just in case of an emergency, and now was the time. I hopped into the car, which was placed just in front of our tent, and took out the gun. I pointed at the bear, and until this time, he was really close to me. Suddenly, my wife hopped out of the tent, and so did the kids. They started to cry after watching that giant bear in front of us. The bear remained standing at his place for a minute, like he was going to attack and kill us. But fortunately, at the same moment, the bear turned around and ran off. That day, our brave miniature Johnny thought he was tough and barked accordingly and unbelievably managed to scare off small animals. But this was something out of his league, and thank God I had a gun with me. That day I learned an important lesson, that we should always carry something like a gun or knife just for emergency cases. Just think, if I didn't have a gun with me, we all would have died that day, and no one would be here to tell you this story.
On Valentine's Day of 1992, I was a 23-year-old wannabe musician living just outside of Redding, California. I had a part-time job at an auto shop 3 days a week, one that I had to get up at 7 a.m. for, and that year, Valentine's just so happened to fall on a Friday, which meant that I had to work from 8 until 3. But I'd also promised my then-girlfriend that I'd treat her to some special Valentine's Day dinner, complete with gifts and trip to the movies, meaning that I had around 1.5 hours to get home, freshen up, pick up all my girlfriend's gifts, and then pick her up at work on time. I wasn't looking forward to doing all that rushing around. I was kicking myself for not being more prepared, and I remember driving to work hoping that I might be able to clock out early or something. But then, when I show up at work, all the shutters are down and my boss's truck is nowhere to be seen. I figured that he was probably running a little late, which was way out of character for him, but I didn't immediately assume anything was wrong or anything like that. I just stayed put in my car, leaned back in the seat, and tried to catch a little extra shut-eye until I heard his truck roll into the lot. Next thing I know, I'm catching myself falling asleep, and when I open my eyes, it's almost 8:30 a.m. I'd been sitting in that parking lot for almost 35 minutes, and my boss, who practically lived at the auto shop, just hadn't shown up for some reason. I had his home phone number written down somewhere, but this was in a journal back at my apartment, so instead of just sitting there like an idiot, I drove back to my apartment and gave him a call on my home phone. There was no answer at his place, so I left a message on his machine, then basically kind of just sat there, not knowing what to do. On the one hand, if my boss was sick or was off doing something and hadn't planned to open the shop that day, then it was no big deal at all. In fact, it was a blessing, because I had time to go buy my girlfriend her gifts and whatnot. But then no one called me, and I felt like I'd have known if we were going to be closed that day because I wouldn't have been all stressed out about the time. So instead of doing just nothing, I decided to give one of my coworkers a call, just to make sure that we weren't opening like an hour later that morning or whatever. But then he says the same thing. He hadn't gotten any calls, and as far as he knew, we were opening up at the regular time that morning. I then tell him about showing up to a shut shop and our boss not showing up even though I waited a while. I remember how there was a bit of a pause on the line as my coworker thought it over for a few seconds, and then he asked me, "Are you free to do something right now?" I obviously didn't have anything else planned, but then I also wanted to know what he was about to ask me, so I told him something like, maybe. It depends on what that something is. It turns out all he wanted to do was head over to our boss's house to see if he was okay. And since I figured that it'd take minimal time at best and was definitely the mature call, I agreed to head over there with him. About 10 to 15 minutes later, he pulls up outside my parents' place, honks his horn, and I run out and jump in his passenger seat. My coworker seems kind of tense, but other than that, we're still just two dudes on their way over to check on our boss. 'Cause like I said, not just showing up for work like that was way out of character for our boss. And the drive over to his place takes maybe 20 minutes, long enough for my coworker to get pretty worried, I think. I was still kind of looking on the bright side at the time, thinking maybe we might get the day off or something, and I suggested to my coworker that on the way over. He shot the idea right out of the sky, though, saying that the auto shop was our boss's life, how he only ever took Sundays off, and how if he was sick, he would have 100% called us to let us know and probably run things ourselves. And by the end of his little speech, I felt like a total jerk for even thinking about a day off, and was glad that I'd taken him up on the whole checking in on our boss thing. So, a few minutes later, we're turning off onto the road that our boss lives on, and although the houses aren't exactly huge, they're all nicely spaced out with privacy fences, big green hedges, and all that kind of stuff. We get to the house that belongs to our boss, and the moment we pull into the driveway, both me and my coworker get this really bad feeling, because our boss's door is just wide open and his truck is nowhere to be seen. I remember we both sat there on our seats, not saying a word, just looking at that wide open door. It wasn't some big red flag or anything, but that level of worry definitely got ramped up just a little more. Just not nearly as much as when my coworker reaches over, opens up his glove box, and pulls out a gun. I'd grown up around guns, so seeing one didn't freak me out or anything. It was the implication in that moment that had me afraid. I think I knew why he pulled it out too, but at the same time, I asked him what the heck was going on. My coworker told me to wait in the car, which immediately had me thinking, why the hell did you ask me to come along then? But then it hit me. He needed me there, just in case anything happened to him. He left his keys in the ignition, told me to shift over to the driver's seat, and that if he didn't come out in 5 minutes, to drive off and get the cops. I think up until that point, I'd never known what it meant to be truly terrified. I mean, I'd been afraid of all kinds of things. Getting rejected by girls, getting picked up by the cops with some weed on me, or getting jumped on the way home from school. But I only think the word terror or terrified applies when there's a legitimate danger to human life. When my coworker got out of his car and walked towards our boss's house, there was a chance that he might never walk out again, and that was truly terrifying to me. It did occur to me that he could have been slightly overreacting, but by that point, he was already out of the car. And maybe that was wishful thinking on my part, my brain's way of doing a little psychological damage control. But either way, I watched him walk into the house, gun drawn, not knowing what the hell was about to happen. A few minutes later, my coworker comes walking out of the house, and he only makes it a few steps off the porch before he doubles over and starts puking. And that's when I knew at that moment that our boss was dead. Or at least that there had been some kind of dead body in there or something. Nobody just walks out of a house and throws up unless they've seen something truly messed up. And honestly, right then in that moment, I was really glad that he told me to sit in that car and not follow him into the house. The second he started to puke, I got out of the car and started asking what the hell was inside. And just like before, I think I already knew what he was going to say on some level. I just needed to hear it from him. He never said exactly what it was. He just told me our boss was dead, and that we needed to hang around and wait for the cops because he just called them on his home phone. I remember standing there behind his driver's side door, probably with some dumb, stupefied look on my face. I'd never been in a situation like that before, never even anything approaching something like that. It sort of didn't feel real either, like it was real for my coworker because he saw it, but for me, I don't know. It's like I wanted to see what was in that house just to confirm it wasn't some elaborate prank or something. But then, unless my coworker had just delivered an Oscar-winning acting performance, unless the entire morning had been some elaborate setup, what was happening was real, and I sure as hell didn't want to see what had made my coworker empty his guts out. I didn't know what else to say, so I asked how our boss died. And my coworker was still wiping his mouth on his t-shirt and spitting out the last of his puke when he told me in a very nasally voice, "Murder." I repeated back to him, "Murder?" Because I just could not believe what I was hearing at that moment. I thought maybe it had been some kind of accident, and unlike my coworker, I didn't immediately conclude that there was some kind of human threat involved. Hell, one of the first things that went through my head when my coworker said our boss was dead was that he had taken his own life. He could have blown his own head off with a shotgun, which sure as hell would have made me puke if it had been me walking in on the aftermath. But when my coworker said murder and nodded when I turned the word back on him in a question, that was the question of, how did he know it was murder? I only asked one more question to my coworker that morning before the cops showed up. I mean, that was the one that I just asked. How could he be so sure that it was murder? The answer that came back is one that I'll remember for the rest of my life. He's taped to a chair. Not long after that, the cops did show up, by which point my coworker had put his gun back in his glove compartment, and we both talked to the cops for a minute or two. Then one of them went inside the house to look around. He came back out a minute or two later, not puking but definitely shaken. We talked to the cops a little more, gave them our contact info, then after that, we were told that we were free to leave. I remember wondering what was going to happen over the next few days, and when I asked my coworker what we should do now, he told me, file for unemployment. I asked him if we should get lawyers or something, if the cops might think that we did it or something, and he told me that he didn't think that it'd be necessary. He was right about both. The cops only got in touch with us once more, and the auto shop took years to find a buyer so it could reopen. But to me, that was just small stuff. I could find another job, and I did, pretty easily actually, but we both still wanted to know what had happened to our boss, or more accurately, why it had happened. Which, as it turned out, was bizarrely easy for the cops. So remember, I said our boss's truck was missing when we showed up at his place. Well, it had been stolen by these two drug addicts who had the bright idea of doing a little home invasion on Valentine's Day Eve. They'd heard, very inaccurately, that our boss was loaded, and that he had a bunch of gold bars or something stashed away in his house. He didn't, and he tells them that, but they didn't believe him. So they taped him to his computer chair, took off his shoes and socks, and began torturing him to get him to fess up. Obviously, he didn't have anything stashed away, and apparently he even offered to take them to an ATM so they would at least stop burning his feet with lighters and lit cigarettes. But no. They want the non-existent gold bars or bonds or whatever the hell they were looking for, so they kept on working their way up his legs until they got to his junk. I heard someplace that they were still torturing the guy when his heart just gave up and gave out on them. But still, they didn't want to leave empty-handed. So these two animals then took the keys to his truck and drove around trying to sell the thing in Reading. They didn't even drive to the next town over to throw the cops off their scent. And so a few hours after we spoke to the cops, some patrol unit was pulling over my boss's truck and arresting the two pieces of human trash who were in it. The female half of the couple later told the cops that the only reason they went looking for this big score like that was so she and her man could buy each other Valentine's Day gifts. To me, that's the only truly bizarre aspect of this whole thing. Once the people who killed him were arrested, they told the cops everything, down to the dumbest little details like that. I've heard that's like a thing with these meth heads, that they're prone to spill their guts to cops and stuff when other drug users can actually keep quiet and actually dodge charges. I don't know how true it is, but it seemed to have applied in their case. But then I've also heard the cops will dangle detox drugs in front of meth and heroin addicts, telling them that their jailhouse withdrawals won't be so bad if they only give up a little info. The point is, all the details came out in the months that followed, and I remember seeing the news about the pair getting sentenced around the holidays of that same year. Both got life in prison. But if you ask me, they should have dug a hole under that goddamn prison and thrown those two animals in there with no food or water until they just shriveled up and died. Anything else, in the face of what they did to my friend and my boss, seems like a slap on the wrist.
I'm so sick of people shoving their cameras on others' faces everywhere you go these days. I fumed when I entered the house and went to the kitchen to put the grocery in the refrigerator. What happened? Natalie's calm voice reached my ears. I looked around and found her painting her nails on the couch. On a typical day, I would have just let her mind her business and give her a reply with nothing. But today, I was pissed. So I walked to the couch and sat across from her. You know how I hate being filmed, right? I was minding my business when this TikToker came out of nowhere and started shooting a reaction video. I told her about my bothersome trip to Walmart. Relax, it's nothing, she said, without even batting her eyes as she blew on her neatly painted blue nails. Her skills always amused me. Someone who cannot even do this with their right hand. Nothing, you say? I'm telling you, one of these days, I will end up in jail for murdering someone for filming me without consent. My anger hadn't subsided yet. Every time I thought of that incident, I was filled with rage. Come on, you're overreacting. I wasn't even surprised at her words, since she also had mild symptoms of those TikTokers. She just hadn't evolved into them yet, who goes around disturbing people's lives for their 5 minutes of fame. And I think you people are not reacting enough on this nonsense and letting this get out of hand. Don't you find this absurd and disturbing? Or are you also planning on doing that? The bitterness in my voice was evident, which made her flinch. She got up without replying and went to her room. I don't blame her. I was rather rude to her. Natalie and I have been roommates for over 6 months, but we were still quite indifferent to one another. She would do her thing without disturbing me, and I would do the same. But there were times when we exchanged our opinions on some matters. It would be a brief 5 minutes of discussion. Our personalities were entirely different. She was the kind of popular girl you see in high school, and I, on the other hand, was your introverted nerd who despised attention. When I first saw her, I knew we wouldn't get along, so I set a few rules for us in advance. I didn't expect her to follow, but she did. One night, while sleeping in my room, I heard a faint murmuring voice coming, making me wake up. I rubbed my eyes and grabbed my phone to check the time, and it was 2:07 a.m. Did she finally lose her mind over TikTok? For goodness sake, Natalie, it's wee hours. Who are you people? My face turned pale when I saw 3 masked men instead of her, and one of them had a camera in his hand and was shooting while the other 2 were putting TV and other valuables from the living room into their bags. What's going on, Sophie? Natalie came out of her room rubbing her eyes, but froze as her eyes landed on the intruders. I was left dumbfounded when I saw her rushing back into her room and locking it. Did she leave me to face these psychos all by myself? One thing was sure, these people were TikTokers, but I was shocked to see them filming their crime. I was scared they would harm me, but thankfully they never did, and continued to rob me. Excuse me, you cannot take that. That's my late mom's gift to me. As I rushed to snatch the statue from them, one grabbed me and prevented me from doing so. I continued screaming and begging them to leave our things alone because we couldn't afford to repurchase them. But they continued laughing, filming, and taking things. That was when a few officers rushed inside, and before I knew it, they were arrested. Since the front door was already unlocked, they could have done so. But how? Oh, Natalie. She came out of her room when they removed the masks from their faces, and I was utterly speechless to see they were just teenagers. Their ages must have been around 16 to 18. I wanted to give these 3 an earful, but I couldn't do that since there wasn't an ounce of remorse on their faces, almost as if they couldn't even see the seriousness of their actions. What if I was some angry man who decided to defend their house and kill one of them? Would they understand then? But for some reason, I couldn't blame these children. Some parents these days neglect their children after giving birth, leading them to be influenced by such useless acts. After the officers took them, I looked at Natalie feeling guilty. I'm sorry for judging you too soon. I didn't know you went in to call 911. As I stared at the ground, these words came out of my mouth. Don't mind it. I would have felt the same if I were in your shoes. She turned to her room as she said that. I stared at her back, thinking she wasn't that bad. By the way, those kids were filming it. I followed her to her room door, not only because my room was opposite it, but because I wanted to talk to her after this frightening incident. It's because of this weird trend that's been going on these days. She turned around and showed me on her phone where people were going all out committing crimes and filming it. Were they seriously going this far and destroying their futures for their 5 minutes of fame? I don't think I would be able to sleep anymore. Do you want to grab a drink with me? I wasn't sure if she would accept it, but I asked her anyway. Sure. She turned to the kitchen after saying that and took out 2 bottles of beer. So, why do you use TikTok again? The 2 of us talked till dawn, when I learned she wasn't fond of trends either and just used the app for educational purposes, sharing facts about biology and all. The more we talked, the more I found myself relating to her. It's funny how we form our opinions solely on people's appearances and how they carry themselves. I'm sure your opinion might be different, but I learned 2 things that night. How judgmental I was all this time, something I hope never to do again. And TikTok was destroying teenagers' lives and putting others in danger with these strange challenges and trends.
So, who you say is the suspect? I asked, unable to believe my ears that it was finally happening. How many times need I say? It's Nellie. Goodness, you should get your ears checked. Old Mrs. Murphy genuinely seemed concerned, for I had already asked her to say the name out loud 4 times. It almost felt like a dream, though I couldn't show it in front of the old woman. I truly wanted to smile and laugh to my heart's content. Too bad that I couldn't show my true emotions and had to fake a concerned expression. Nellie, the girl I have only watched from a distance at Edna's coffee shop for a long time. She used to stare at me with disdain, but look at her now. So pathetic. As I watched her distressed face trying to explain to the other employees that she was innocent, I couldn't help getting filled with joy. So much so that I was barely able to hold the deadpan expression. The first day I saw her, I was but a 12-year-old child. Her vulgar legs were wrapped around my father's waist as she jumped on him. Trust me, I'd never been so disgusted in my life. My father, who seemed to be doing a little too well after my mother's death, was becoming an eyesore to be, and that was the day when I found out why he was behaving that way. The coffee shop that my mother used to run with such care and warmth was given as a gift to that vile woman. Even the thought of that day makes me want to puke my guts out. A few months before my mom's death, I started to notice bruises on her body, which she always tried her best to cover. Whenever she looked at me, she would give me a bright smile. Back then, I only felt happy because of that, but now that I'm trying to picture her smiling face, all I can remember is her weary eyes and her weak state. When they were taking away Mom, and everyone was talking about how she jumped out the window to unalive herself, all I could see was the expression on her face that was of sheer terror. I still don't understand how no one else could tell that there had to be another explanation behind it. The way Dad was trying to force his tears out was so visible, but I couldn't understand how others were buying his fake sadness and sympathizing with him. When he gifted the cafe to that wretched woman, I wanted to scream and tell him that I knew that he was the one who did something to my mom, but I knew if I did that, he would get rid of me without hesitation. After thinking about it for so long, I realized that if my dad wanted to do anything on his own, he would have done so long ago. It wasn't like he ever tried to hide his affair from Mom. Was he after her cafe? If so, then why give it to his mistress? That was when it hit me. He wasn't the one who did it. It was probably that wench. Since the realization, I started watching her from afar, watching how she tainted my mom's beloved cafe and treated it like her own. The way she walked around with her nose held high made me want to strangle her that instant. As time passed, I grew anxious and couldn't wait for my revenge. I had to do something for her to confess her crimes, but I didn't know what to do. Then one day, the opportunity presented itself when she walked into my room in Dad's absence. Initially, I was surprised and disgusted when I got out of the shower and saw her looking at me lustfully. But when she told me about her misunderstanding about how she noticed me watching her and why she thought it was, it gave me an idea. I told her what she was thinking was right, but I was afraid of Dad finding out. That's why I didn't reveal my intention to her. She walked closer and placed her repulsive lips on me by saying he wasn't coming home tonight, so he wouldn't find out. I grabbed drinks from the refrigerator and started drinking with her while pretending to be happy that I finally got her, when in reality I was disgusted by her. Just when she was drunk enough, she started babbling about how Dad was the only one who pushed my mom off the bedroom window. She also told me it was she who egged him to do it. I was so furious that I started choking her, But that was when the door swung open and Dad entered. When he saw me with that woman, he got angry and lunged at me. But before he could do anything, I grabbed a knife and stabbed him. As he struggled on the floor, I went to the kitchen, cleaned the knife, and then put it on the drunk Nellie's hand. Then, with the knife in her hand, I stabbed his chest multiple times until he finally died. I retreated to my bedroom, and around 2 in the morning, I called the police and pretended to have just woken up and saw that in the living room. I began crying as I told them how heartbroken I was, that first my mom died and now my father was killed. Of course, pretending to be scared of the killer, who was also part of my plan. The police showed up, but since Nellie was dead drunk, they didn't suspect her. They were clever and observing enough to tell that someone tried to frame her, and it truly frightened me that she might get away. A few months later, when the police couldn't find any other possible suspect, and luckily I was also ruled out from the suspect list, they began focusing on Nellie. I had just received the good news from an old worker of my mom's cafe, and trust me, I was over the moon. All I wish is that she gets arrested smoothly and without any further drawbacks.
Having toiled without rest for an eternity, I realized I was on the brink of burnout and desperately needed a break from all the stress. I approached my manager, David Halter, and asked for a 4-day leave. Despite never taking a break in the last 2 years, I was hopeful that he would understand my situation and grant me the request. David was a middle-aged man in his late 50s. His response took me aback when I finally mustered the courage to approach him with my request. He approved my leave application and gave me a 7-day stay pass to the 12 Apostles Hotel and Spa, a luxurious resort above the Atlantic Ocean. The thought of being surrounded by the ocean's soothing sound and the coastline's picturesque view was exhilarating. I could feel the excitement building up inside me as I imagined myself lounging on the beach, sipping a refreshing cocktail and watching the sunset over the horizon. I was grateful for the opportunity to take a well-deserved break and recharge my batteries. I couldn't wait to pack my bags and embark on this much-needed vacation. When I arrived home, I contacted KLM customer service to book a round-trip flight from Bogota to Cape Town. On my return, I chose a Thursday to Sunday night flight and opted for business class on my outbound journey and premium economy. Despite the long flight, I was thrilled about the trip and decided to shop for all the necessary items beforehand. Finally, the day arrived, and I was ready to embark on my journey. Upon arrival in Cape Town, I spent the entire day in my hotel room, resting and preparing for the next day's tour. However, my peaceful slumber was abruptly cut short by a doorbell ringing in the middle of the night. I begrudgingly got out of bed to answer the door, only to be met by a member of the hotel staff holding a package. He claimed that it was for someone in the name of Bella Washer. I was shocked to hear my name, since I hadn't mentioned my trip to anyone and didn't know anyone in Cape Town. I tried explaining to the staff member that he had the wrong person, but he just nodded and left, leaving me uneasy and curious about the mysterious package. As I put the innocuous box on my bedside table, I felt a sense of unease wash over me. A nameless entity had sent it to me, and the thought of receiving something from someone I didn't know was enough to make my skin crawl. I sat next to it for 2 hours, trying to ignore it, but my curiosity eventually got the better of me. I mustered up the courage to open it, and inside I found a stunning bouquet and velvet card. However, when I looked at the card, I realized no writing was on it, a strange and alarming fact. I couldn't shake the feeling of being stalked by someone. The entire night was spent tossing and turning, unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day, I approached the receptionist and inquired about the mysterious gift sender, but they had no clue who it could be. The delivery guy had dropped it off and left without saying anything. I spent hours worrying about who could have sent the gift and why, but I eventually decided to let it go to enjoy my vacation. After my long day of exploring the city of Cape Town, I returned to my hotel room and felt the need to freshen up. I turned on the faucet and let the warm water cascade over my body, washing away the day's grime and exhaustion. Feeling rejuvenated, I went to sleep. The next day, I woke up early, got dressed, and set out for another adventure, taking in the sights and sounds of the city. However, as I walked down the vibrant streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I looked around, but saw no one suspicious, just a few people walking by. I wondered if I was being paranoid after that night's unsettling encounter. Nevertheless, I decided to keep my guard up and continued my tour. As the sun began to set, I found myself at a bar and decided to have some drinks. Walking in, I noticed 3 men following me and checking me out. I tried to ignore them and ordered 3 vodka shots, downing them all in one go. As I sipped on my drink, I couldn't help but feel like someone was watching me. Turning my head, I caught the gaze of one of the guys who had entered the bar with me. He was staring at me intently, and when he realized I had noticed him, he flashed me a smile and started walking over to me. Despite his friendly demeanor, I politely declined his offer to join me. I was on this vacation to enjoy some time alone, away from male distractions. My past experiences had taught me that I needed to be cautious around men. A little while later, another guy approached me and asked me for a dance. Once again, I declined, preferring instead to focus on my drink. As the night wore on, I started to feel a little tipsy, so I decided to call it a night and head back to my hotel room. I don't remember much about how I got there, but when I woke up the following day, I was still wearing the dress I had on the previous night, and my head was pounding. I got up, feeling frustrated, but I was still ready to start the day. After a long shower, I got dressed and went to explore the local market area. My primary purpose for today was to shop, and I was excited to see what the market offered. While browsing through some beautiful jewelry pieces, I noticed the same group of guys from last night walking around the area. I couldn't help but feel suspicious of them, especially after the strange gift I received that night. Frustrated by the situation, I decided to head back to my hotel room, where I could relax and enjoy some of the hotel's amenities. However, as soon as I entered my room, I received a call from reception, informing me that another parcel was in my name. I was curious about the sender, but the receptionist knew nothing about it. After a few minutes, there was a knock on my door, and I found the parcel sitting on the floor. I scanned the area to see if anyone was watching me, but there was no one. I picked up the box and examined it. It was wrapped beautifully, and there was no indication of who sent it. I couldn't resist the urge to open it, and as I did, I found a blank note, a beautiful necklace, and a white rose inside. To my surprise, it was the same necklace I had admired in the jewelry store earlier. Feeling frustrated and confused, I returned to the store and investigated. I wanted to know who sent me the necklace and why. When I got to the jewelry store, they mentioned a blonde guy named Derry Pecker. They didn't want to disclose his details, but after I requested them for a while, they provided me with his contact details. I returned to the hotel room and sat on my bed while staring at my phone, wondering if I should call him. Finally, I pressed his number on the dial pad and put the cell phone to my ear. After the third ring, a guy with a husky voice picked up the call. I shuddered with horror as he spoke my name and said he knew who I was. and where I was calling from. To be continued.
Want to go on a bike ride? Ryan asked out of the blue as the two of us couldn't sleep for some reason. This time at night, don't you think it's going to be a little unsafe out there? I looked at the time and it was 2 a.m. Come on, Darlene, it would be nice feeling the breeze in our hair with peace where there won't be a single soul to disturb it. He was right, it would feel nice without anyone around. I don't know, Ryan. Still, I was a bit unsure since it's not safe at this time around. Do you want to go or not? Should I just go on my own? He looked at me and said as he got up from the bed, "Fine, sheesh, I'll come. I said while getting up and running my fingers through my hair. He gave me a little smug smile as he grabbed his bike keys in the jacket. I tied my hair in a high pony and the two of us headed outside the house, locking it behind us. After taking out his bike from the garage, he handed me a helmet and started it before giving me that thumbs up to sit behind him. I was still a little anxious and nervous about this whole night riding thing, but there was a sense of excitement as well for doing something out of the ordinary. He wasn't wrong about feeling the breeze in my hair. I opened my hand to embrace the air while Ryan nagged me to put the helmet on, as it was unsafe for me to do this. This guy can sometimes be so cool while most of the time acting like an old man. His personality is so damn confusing. So I realized we had headed a bit far from home when I noticed the highway approaching, and he drove right around the circle making a U-turn. But then, as we reached an area surrounded by trees, he stopped. "Why did you stop?" I asked in confusion. I mean, it was 2-something at night, and he was taking a break in the middle of nowhere. To do this. He turned around to grab my chin gently with 3 fingers and collided our lips together. A pleasant smile automatically made its way to my lips as I kissed him back with more passion, while my lips were still getting eaten by his. I noticed the street light across flickering, so I pulled away. Ryan, I think we should leave." As I said that, he followed my gaze and looked up at the fluctuating light. "Are you being paranoid? Scared of a little ghost?" He teased me as he said that and started laughing. "You know that's not the case. I'm just scared of the dark, and when that light suddenly goes out, it's going to make me uncomfortable." I reminded him of my nyctophobia, and he agreed to get out of that place. He turned around and started the bike, and as he started moving to the street with more lights, I felt a little at ease. Just when we were approaching our neighborhood, I heard multiple bike sounds and turned around to see about 4 or 5 men riding towards us. They had tattoos and a sleeveless t-shirt with metal engraved on it. It looked like a bit street punk style and very bad at that. It seemed like guys that had no sense of style whatsoever, and as a stylist, that was an extremely disturbing sight to see. Ryan increased his bike speed, making me confused, and I noticed these guys doing the same. "What's going on? Are they chasing us?" I asked him since it didn't seem like those guys were trying to catch on to us. "They're a biker gang infamous for robbing people at night, and I think they noticed us and want trouble," he said while maintaining his impressive speed, all the while making sure I was safe. "But we don't have anything for them to rob," I said in confusion since we just came out for a little night ride. "We have this bike, don't we?" As I mentioned that, I figured he was right. Those thugs might beat us and snatch the bike. The chase went on a bit longer, and since Ryan didn't want those people to know where we lived, he kept taking different turns, and when he was on a familiar street, I got an idea. "I know a shortcut home from here. Do you think you can outrun them to make a turn at that narrow alley by the closed coffee shop?" He nodded his head yes in response, which I gave him directions. And right after taking that turn, he went into the alley I mentioned before those bikers could see us. He immediately turned off the bike, and as the alley was extremely dark, we weren't visible to those guys, and they passed right through us. As I mentioned earlier, I have an extreme fear of the dark, so even though I tried to bear it to keep it under control, I couldn't help feeling panic inside and began excessively sweating. My mouth started to feel dry as I clung to the figure with me, and I could feel my heart start palpitating like a racehorse. Since the biker gang was still lurking around looking for us, we couldn't get out of the dark alley just yet, but my phobia couldn't bear being here any longer, so I passed out. I felt some water droplets being sprinkled on my face and was woken up by that when I found myself lying on a bench with my head on Ryan's lap. He looked worried, and it seemed we were not in the dark alley anymore. The moment he noticed me opening my eyes, a few teardrops fell from his eyes to my cheek, and I immediately got up. Since I wasn't in a dark place now, my symptoms had gone down, and I was feeling a bit better, but looking at him all worked up and concerned over me gave me a bit of a nice feeling. I hugged him to reassure him that I was okay now, and after a few minutes, we decided to head back. He kept apologizing the entire way back though. He said it was because he insisted on coming outside at this time at night that I had to suffer, and I kept saying it was not his fault. We finally reached the house, and as I was entering the house, I felt a sharp gaze on my back. Turned around to see there was no one there, but still my paranoia made me get inside immediately. I locked the door behind me, and I know someone was watching us, whether it was some member of the biker gang or someone else. This incident happened to us about 3 years ago on Christmas Eve. Not only me, but everyone in my family witnessed that horrible moment. And let me tell you before starting that this story of mine is totally paranormal. One who doesn't believe in all this would start to believe after listening to what we experienced. I am the youngest son from a joint family, including my father, mother, and my 2 elder sisters. Not to forget my grandpa and uncle and aunt. My eldest sister was married, and the 2 of us were still studying. I was in my 2nd year of graduation, while my elder sister was pursuing her post-graduation. It was Christmas Eve, and my eldest sister had come to visit us. She was not the same sister she used to be before getting married. She was a lot quieter and almost spoke to no one. She seemed like a doll who would only do what had been provided as input. We also asked our family doctor to look at her condition, but she said she was normal and just might be having some stress or something. At first, we believed that she might have a fight with her in-laws or her hubby, so we didn't bother her and tried to act normal in front of her. It was Christmas Eve day. The date was the 25th of December, 1977. We were busy decorating our Christmas tree, and my sister was sitting quietly on the sofa right in front of us. We were expecting that she would eventually come to us after seeing us doing all this just like before, but she remained sitting there and didn't even smile for a second. Suddenly, something odd happened to her. After finishing the decoration, I took some sweets and went to her so that I could make her eat even a single bite of it, but instead of eating, she fainted in my arms. I grabbed her and shouted out loud to call my dad and others. She was breathing heavily, and something like white foam or saliva was coming out from her mouth and nose. We all got scared, and my dad and I lifted in our hands and ran to the car. My uncle helped us load her inside the car. We all drove to the hospital as fast as we could. We took her to the nearest hospital where the doctor examined her and claimed she was suffering from food poisoning. He told us that there was nothing to worry about and gave some tablets to her and asked us to take her, as she was all right. She just needed some rest. We all relaxed and took her back home. This time, she seemed to be her usual self again. We took her to the hall and let her sit on the sofa. We were discussing her medicine when all of a sudden, her whole body started shaking like crazy. We all ran to hold her up, but she didn't stop shaking for a few minutes. After that, she lay down while opening her eyes, and all she was pointing to was the ceiling. We were asking her what happened to her, but she wasn't reacting at all. My dad ran to the kitchen to fetch some water for her. All she was doing was staring at the ceiling without even closing her eyebrows. After that, she started to chant something. I don't know what she was muttering, but no one could understand her language. We all got really scared and ran to the hospital again with her. After reaching the hospital, the doctor checked her again. Even now, she was muttering those same words which were completely out of our knowledge. The doctor examined her again, this time more carefully to ensure that he might have made a mistake before. But even this time, the result was the same, and she was totally normal. The doctor asked us to take her to a mental asylum as there was nothing he could have done to help her. He believed that my sister was mentally weak and she needed proper treatment. But we knew that she was not like this before her marriage. We refused to go and took her back home. After reaching home, my dad called her in-laws to ask if something happened to her that was responsible for her condition, but he was completely unaware of this. They all came to see my sister, For a moment, a verbal fight broke out between my dad and her father-in-law. My sister was completely aware of all this, and she was still looking at the ceiling. We had never experienced something like this. I was sitting there the whole time, just beside her, holding her hand. I just wanted to get her well. After discussing with her in-laws for some time, my dad and uncle came to me and told me that she will be fine very soon. I didn't know what they discussed, but I believed him. After about half an hour, our doorbell rang. My dad stood up and went to open the door in a hurry, as he already knew who was at the door. It was none other than the father of the Holy Church, which was about 5 miles from our house. He came to my sister with a cross in his hand and a bottle of holy water in his other hand. He asked us to catch her as hard as we could. I couldn't understand all this, but all seemed to be like the horror movies I watched during my childhood days. He just remembered Jesus and threw some holy water upon my sister. Suddenly, she became furious and started struggling hard to get herself free from our grip. All of a sudden, I was feeling a ton of power inside her, but we tightened our grip and didn't let her go. Father started to chant Jesus' holy words. As far as I remember, he was reciting, "Ooh, dirty soul, leave her body in the name of Jesus. Leave her sister in the name of Jesus." After listening to this, she started breathing heavily and shouting and screaming loudly. She was not the same sister I knew. Her voice felt like a man, and she was a lot more powerful than a girl should be. Somehow, that was exactly similar to the movie scenes I watched a few days ago. I can't forget her face. She tried to bite me and opened her mouth almost thrice her normal size. This chanting and holy water thing went on for the next 10 minutes, and at last, suddenly, she felt powerless and fainted. The father stopped his chanting and put a locket of crosses around her neck. He told us that now she will be all right, and left from there. My sister kept on sleeping for continuous 4 hours after that. Meanwhile, we were waiting for her to wake up. We wanted to know whether she was all right or not, and everything went on as we expected. She woke up and came to us. We were waiting to hear her voice, and now she was all right. It felt like we had heard her voice after ages. Now she was completely all right, and after a long struggle, I got my sister back. This whole incident was too scary, and I don't think no one ever experienced what we went through. I just wish everyone happiness and well-being. I don't care. Everyone is coming on the official trip, and whoever doesn't want to come is off the team, team leader Eric announced. We looked at him with annoyance because he always said this. He doesn't care about the opinions of the rest of the team. He simply decides on his own, takes permission from the higher-ups, and says that the team wants this, the team wants that, and simply just informs us that we have to do this. I wonder who wants to stay on this team, I whispered, which was overheard by the person sitting next to me, Carlos, and he tried to control his laughter. Is there anything you would like to say, Carlos? The team leader noticed him laughing and asked. Yes, why don't we all have a pre-trip overnight party on our floor? He suggested, while trying to steal his eyes away from me because I was glaring at him for giving him ideas. What an amazing idea, Carlos. Okay, everyone, tomorrow you will all bring your PJs to the office because we will be drinking all night, and no excuse for anyone. As he announced this, I sneakily smacked Carlos when no one was looking. Everyone else nodded their heads in agreement because they had no other choice. After the shift ended, I grabbed Carlos's hand and pulled him into the smoking area. Are you mad or what? You know how he is, and I have zero alcohol tolerance, right? Why the hell would you suggest such a thing? I smacked his back 3 times while saying this angrily, but he continued smiling. I just wanted to see your reaction, and how else would I be able to see your Angry Bird side? He laughed and said, which made me even angrier, and I started punching and kicking him, but he continued laughing. I got annoyed and stomped out of there. I was frustrated that the only days we get to rest after working like a horse were supposed to be wasted on overnight parties or some stupid office trip. The next morning, I saw the message in the team group that was sent by Eric that everyone was supposed to bring their luggage along with the PJs for the trip because we would head directly from there. He was just getting more and more annoying, I thought, and threw myself on the bed again. After a while, I got up and started packing my things half-heartedly. When I was done, I called Carlos, and even though I was still angry with him, he was still my best friend, and I could always kill him later. "Hello, my angry bird." He said this to annoy me on purpose, but I wasn't going to show him my annoyance yet. "You're coming to pick me up, understood?" I said. "This doesn't sound like a request to me," he said in a playful tone. "Because this is an order, not a request. Now, be here within half an hour. I'll be waiting." I hung up after saying that. When I was ready, I exited my house and locked it. I checked the time, and 3 minutes remained for the time limit I gave Carlos. That was when I saw his car stopping in front of the front gate. I knew he would come, because no matter how annoying he was still a good friend to me. He came out and walked toward me. "You know the trip is only for 3 days, right?" he asked, looking at my suitcase. "Don't worry, the suitcase is half empty. I just didn't have any other ones, so I took this," I said while handing him my suitcase, and he acted as if it was too heavy for him. I smacked his head for that reaction, and he started laughing. He put the suitcase in the car, and we got in after that. We drove to the office and saw the team leader standing near the parking area. His expression changed as soon as he saw us together. He always does this. He makes it so obvious that he is interested in me to the point that it makes me uncomfortable. We headed inside the office, and after putting our suitcase and bags in a safe place, we started working. In the evening, the team leader came with the bottles of alcohol in his hands and placed them in the kitchen. After that, he called us, saying that we should start the party. I knew that he was going to try to force me to drink, so I made Carlo drink at my place because it was all his stupid idea anyway. We played multiple games and continued drinking as a result, getting extremely drunk. I couldn't spot Carlos for a while, and that was when the team leader came toward me with a glass in his hand and started forcing me to drink. "You are the only one who did not drink properly, so you have to drink from my hands." I refused him, but he kept insisting. He looked pretty drunk because he had started to grab my hands and I kept pulling them away from him. I tried to get away from him, but this time he grabbed my waist and pulled me closer. He forcefully put the glass in my mouth and made me drink. That was when Carlos came and pushed him away from me. "Are you okay?" That was the first thing he asked. He looked at my eyes, which were torn up, and it made him angry. He grabbed Eric by his collar and punched him in the face. Eric was so drunk that he passed out in that one punch. The next morning, everyone woke up completely hungover and blacked out from last night. I asked Carlos not to make this into an issue and let him be this time. That was when the team leader received a call from the director saying that the trip had been canceled because some essential data and files were stolen from the department. He was immediately called to the meeting, and since he was so hungover, he had no idea what was going on. The next day, the team leader came and gathered his things because he was fired from his position. As he was going, he glared at me and Carlos. I could not understand the entire situation, so I looked over at Carlos in confusion and saw him smiling, which made me doubtful about him. He turned his face to me and winked, which made me understand what he was doing all along. Finally, this buffoon did something good. I smiled back and went back to work. "Do you want to bet on it for real?" I challenged Ray, knowing full well about rumors being groundless while thinking he would never accept it. "What is it about?" He gave me the most frustrated expression I've seen in my life, giving my confidence a major boost that he would not accept the challenge. "How about you go to the classroom during nighttime when there's no one around and take a selfie as proof?" I had the cockiest smile on my face, but got wiped off when he accepted the challenge without any hesitation. "But if I win, You guys will wipe that weird rumor about the classroom. Understood? He asked in a demanding voice, which kinda pissed me off, but I still nodded my head yes. We had been arguing for the past hour about the ghost rumor that had been circulating in school, and whether he was saying ghosts didn't exist. I kept saying that the rumor was true. Oh, by the way, my name is Ben, and the two of us are best friends. I don't think I should hide the fact that I feel jealous and insecure of him with his ability to achieve the top marks without even trying, the good looks that kept students flocking around him, everything. Guess that might be one of the reasons why I challenged him in the first place. I didn't want to lose face. Another thing. The classroom I was talking about is on the 5th floor. A girl was rumored to have committed suicide in the past, and she has been haunting it ever since. I don't know much about the details, but people are really scared of entering classroom 6B. After accepting the challenge, Ray didn't talk to me for the entire day, so I figured he might be upset about our fight. Despite my jealousy, I like the guy as a person, and if he wasn't his famous student who brings out all the insecurities in me, I would never think bad of him, even once. It also might be because my parents keep comparing me to him. Anyway, I couldn't stop thinking about if he was going to do it or not when I was at home, so I texted him. But looking at how he didn't even reply even after checking, I got the idea that he was beyond mad. He was probably pissed at me. The next day at school, I didn't see him in class, and even after waiting till the last period, I couldn't find him anywhere. It was unlike him to skip school since his parents never let him do that, and that was the reason why I was so persistent in finding him. There was a possibility that he was hiding in the library because of the fight we had earlier. As I was going toward the library, I passed through the classroom. I don't know why, but I stopped there for a second and stared inside. Trust me when I say this, but I have never felt such an ominous vibe from anything in my life. I asked around for him to quite a lot of people, but none of them seemed to know where he was. Even after class, I went to the places where he used to hang out often, but it was disappointing that he was nowhere to be found. So I decided to go to school that very night and find out what happened to Ray. But after his disappearance, I had been feeling a bit alarmed about the entire situation, so I decided to stay a bit prepared. My grandma was the superstitious type, so she always had beads, talisman, and a few other ghost-repelling things, and always kept telling us the story about when she saw something supernatural. So I borrowed a few of them from her closet and finally headed out for school. My feet started to feel heavy once I entered the parameters of school. As I walked up the stairs, a strange jittery feeling started to build inside my stomach. The hallways I ran around never felt frantic in my entire life, and the moment I reached the classroom's door, the eerie feeling started to grow stronger. I noticed someone standing inside. He was wearing our school uniform and facing the wall on the other side. There was no way I would ever mistake him for someone else. It was him. It was Ray. I felt a bit relieved despite the fact I was scared as hell. I called out to him, but he didn't respond to my voice. When even after multiple failed attempts to get him to listen to my voice, I decided to step inside the classroom and pull him outside the place. As I stepped inside and walked a few steps while calling his name, I stumbled across something. And when I looked down, my face went pale, and my heart sank like Titanic. It was Ray. He was lying down lifeless. I didn't want to look up to see who was standing there, but I still did. That student turned around with something that looked like Ray's face in his hand, and trust there was no face on him. I had never felt as horror-stricken in my entire life as I stood there shaking like a leaf. As I saw him about to approach me, I ran out of the classroom and continued running till I exited the school grounds. But before I could run further, my legs gave up and my brain started to get foggy. I didn't even realize when I passed out. I woke up in a hospital with a jolt, thinking I was still in the classroom. For a few seconds, I couldn't understand where I was, so I kept panicking. But I calmed down when I realized. I was in the hospital for a few days and kept having nightmares about what I saw. I kept screaming that I saw Ray dead, but for some strange reason, no one believed me. A few days passed and I started to feel a bit calm, so it was time to go back to school. As I walked into the classroom, my eyes directly went to Ray's seat. My entire body started to shake. He was sitting there. And the moment our eyes locked, he gave me an evil smirk, sending down shivers to my body. I knew at a glance that it wasn't him. I screamed and ran out of the school. I did hear teachers calling out my name, but I didn't stop until I reached home. My parents had already received a call from school, and they were waiting for me. But the moment my mom touched my hand to grab it, she immediately pulled her hand away from mine in shock. She then came a bit closer to feel my forehead. I was burning with a fever. For the next few days, I suffered not only from fever, but nightmares as well that woke me up screaming every night. While in that condition, I kept insisting my parents to transfer me to another school. And looking at how I was literally found unconscious outside of school in the middle of the night, and how I kept getting sick by the day, they didn't protest anything. I was transferred to another school after recovering from a fever. Thankfully, I never saw Ray after that. But I'm still sure that the guy pretending to be Ray is not him.
This all happened to my dad way back when I was a kid, so I have no memory of it whatsoever, and all I have to go on is what he's told me. But here goes. When I was younger, my mom and dad were in a kind of precarious financial situation, so we rented out the second floor of what was quite a large house to this older lady named June. Well, one day, she starts getting behind on her rent, and my parents understanding at first, but after a while, she started acting more and more squirrely, as they put it, and the relationship between her and my parents got worse and worse. At first, it was just excuses as to why she didn't have the rent. After that, she got more and more aggressive every time my dad brought the subject up. In the end, she owed 4 months' worth of rent when my parents finally decided that they couldn't have June living there anymore. It wasn't an easy decision either. They'd started off really liking each other, but the situation had just soured over time. So then, one day, Dad goes to confront her and tells her that they want her to move out. Dad says he was expecting quite a confrontation, but to his surprise, June said she had the cash for 2 months of back rent and promised to get him the rest by the end of the following month. My dad said that this was obviously a welcome turn of events, and he accepted June's invitation to come up to her half of the house so she could give him the cash. She asked him to wait on the landing, which was decorated as a kind of sitting area with a coffee table and a few chairs, then she went off to get the money. Dad said that he waited for a little while, then as time started to drag on, he got more and more impatient. He went off looking for June, but he found that she'd locked herself in her bedroom. Dad asked what's going on, but June says everything's fine, and she's just looking for the cash. Dad asks why she'd locked the door, but she repeats that she's looking for the cash and that everything is fine. Dad then waits some more, growing more and more frustrated, but the next time he calls June's name, she won't reply. Dad then puts his ear to the door because he can hear whispering, and he's almost certain that he hears her saying, "Help me, please. I'm trapped in here." It takes Dad a second or two to figure out what's going on, and he said at first he started asking her, "Are you okay in there? What's going on?" But again, she doesn't answer him. Dad said he was thinking, who the hell is she talking to? But then a minute later, it dawned on him. She's talking on the phone, and by the sounds of it, there's a good chance the person she's talking to is a 911 operator. Dad's suspicions were confirmed a few minutes later when he heard sirens in the street outside, and he went out to meet the cops to explain how it was all just some kind of false alarm. The cops said that June said that she had been violently assaulted by the homeowner, i.e. my dad. But since that wasn't remotely true, he was only too happy to allow them entry into our home. Dad showed them up onto the landing, how there were no signs of any struggle or anything, and then directed them to the room where June was held up. Once she heard the cops were there, June opened the door, but only allowed them entry into the room and not my dad. Minutes later, the cops came out again saying to Dad, "You're not under arrest right now, but she needs more medical attention," referring to June. My dad panics and once again explains to the cops that he didn't hit her and that he's genuinely stunned at how she'd gotten hurt when just moments before she'd been fine. But then the cops are all chill with him and explain they know that he hadn't hit her because they can clearly see where this lady had been bashing her head with something blunt in the same place over and over again. The lady said Dad punched her, and there was no way those wounds came from punches unless my dad was wearing a brass knuckle or something. And after talking to my mom, who had been sitting downstairs the whole time and had heard nothing, they let the EMTs take the lady to the hospital, then waited a few days before telling her that there was no case against my dad. They didn't charge her with a false report, which made my mom really angry, but it did give my dad enough leverage to get her gone once and for all. He said if she hadn't moved out by the end of the month, he was going to sue her for filing a false police report against him. Dad said that he wasn't even sure how that'd work, but he sure as hell scared that lady enough that she packed up and found somewhere else to live. I have a vague memory of this woman, but no memory of all the drama that unfolded. But my mom and dad say it was a particularly stressful time in their early parenting days. After all, they were sleeping in the same house as some obviously crazy woman with her kid who was still only like 3 or 4 years old at the time. And it kind of creeps me out to think about sometimes too, because if she'd do that kind of thing to herself, who knows what she would have done to us if the urge had suddenly taken her.
Finally, I got the admission letter for my dream college. I had already prepared everything in advance so that I don't forget about necessary things, as my college is very far from my place. It was the first time I was going to live somewhere on my own, although my father had already looked for a hostel where I was going to reside. And not to mention, I was full of joy, but was a bit scared and nervous as well. My school life was as amazing as I experienced all kinds of challenges, and I was a topper in my class. It was all nice, and I wanted to do a commendable job in my college life as well. The day finally came when I had to leave my house. My father took me to the hostel, and I was filled with emotions when I saw him leaving. It was my first day in the hostel. I was allotted a 3-seater room. There was this one girl I saw running outside the hostel. The same girl was my roommate, coincidentally. She was wearing headphones, everything was tidy and clean, but the room was very dark and there were some cool posters above her bed. I settled down, and as I was unpacking my things, another girl came and asked me if I needed any help. She was very talkative, and her name was Alan. Alan then introduced me to Frey Jordan, the headphone girl. Alan told me that Frey is always wearing headphones and she's an introvert. Everything was going normal. We left for the dining room. Frey took her food to the room to eat alone, and I had to eat with Alan as I couldn't say no. That day seemed very long. We finished our meals, and after taking a round of dorm, we came back to room and I slept. In the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the washroom when I heard some whispers coming from the lawn area. I thought I should go take a look, but when I did, there was actually nothing. I thought maybe it's just the wind. Next day, it was the first day of my college, and it was the chemistry class when a latecomer entered with a mask on his face. He was a second year, and it was a joint class. He came to me and said, "Dorothy, right?" He got my name from the introduction I gave, so his name was Nicole. He asked me to call him Nick. He looked nice and became friendly very easily. After college was over, Nick asked me if I could drop to my hostel. I was shocked that I never mentioned in my introduction that I lived in a hostel, so I asked how he got to know. He said, "Oh, I'm smart, and isn't it very normal?" I thought, yeah, it makes sense. We reached outside the hostel gate when Frey looked at me for a second and started walking faster into the dorm. Nick left and I came back to my room. Frey was there writing her journal or something. I tried to talk to her. I couldn't tell if she looked scared or it was my imagination. The next day when I woke up, I found out Frey had left the hostel and went back home. Alan told me someone in her family was sick, so she had to leave. Somehow it didn't make sense to me as it was so sudden. That night, Alan asked me to join her at a party. I couldn't deny again. The party was in a rented place by Alan and her group, so that they could do parties and all there. So I went to the party with Alan, but then I saw Nick. He was coming towards me with 2 glasses in his hands and offered me wine. I told him I don't drink. He says, "Dorth, it's your college life. Enjoy." So I drank the wine and enjoyed the music with Nick. I looked at my watch and realized it's already 9 p.m. and we had to reach prior 10 in order to get entry. I started looking for Alan everywhere, and I had lost track of Nick as well. There was no network that I can call Alan, so when I went outside for network, and I lost my mind from what I saw. I saw Frey's body hanging like a goat at a butcher shop without her eyeballs, and there were some powerful people with guns having a conversation with Alan. I went crazy when I saw Nick there smiling right behind Alan. I was in despair with the fear, trembling and shaking. I saw such horror from the little space of the back door. I ran back, and everybody in the party looked threatening. So I got a cab outside and left for hostel that instant. As I reached the hostel, I ran to my room and locked it. I sat near my bed and stuffed my mouth with my fingers so that no one can hear me wailing. Then I found the journal that Frey used to write. She had written how Alan, Nick, and others blackmailed her with her bathroom pictures for months and asked her to do many things for their sake. Frey mentioned that she found out that Nick and Alan were doing illegal drug businesses and were drug addicts who would do anything for drugs. Before I came in the room, there was another girl that stopped coming. Suddenly, I found her mobile in Alan's cupboard, and in the next page, she wrote that I think they suspected me. Then she wrote that Alan and Nick met her and threatened her for life, saying they will send pictures all over. She kept her mouth shut. I was trembling. I couldn't read more. So I called my brother and told him everything. After that, he called the police right away, and police reached before my family could. I was with the warden. Everybody was shocked and thrilled with what they heard and saw. Nick and Alan were captured by the police, and after investigations, truth came in light. They were in an organ traffickers with some criminals who were giving them drugs and in exchange asked for human organs. I left that place and came back to my hometown. After that, I got admission in a nearby college. My brother used to drop and pick me up for months. It was the scariest experience of my entire life. The dark forests of Norway hold not just the stories of gods and giants fighting. There is a much scarier story that it holds. The ghost of the old Englishman with an axe who seemed to impose a wretched curse over people who dare to cross the forest. The people were not very kind to the man when he was living, and that is why the curse today was more haunting to them than they could have thought. And it seemed as if it was out for the blood of every villager that ever lived. And now, after 70 years, it is still out there, waiting to hunt down. But he doesn't know who to hunt. Alsuk was interrupted in the middle of the story, and people were bored of their mind. And then it was Privis's turn to tell a story, so he stood up and ignored and walked away. Then a bit later, he came back with a guitar and threw it in the fire. They all thought it was very weird, but then Privis continued in his uneven Scottish accent. To tell my story, I have to first sacrifice a material I love. This guitar is something that I love. The story that you're about to listen isn't just an ordinary story, and in case you wish to tell it forward, you must first sacrifice a material you love, or the consequences would be terrible. At first, people laughed off, and then Privis went on to tell the story. And as he was telling the story, There was a cold chill running over spine of people sitting, holding their legs, trying to warm themselves as the fire was slowly going out. The same story that Previs told was later on told by Ulsuk, but in his arrogance, he denied the sacrifice, calling it an extra touch to spice up the story. A week later, Ulsuk was found dead in the forest. Nobody knew why it happened or who did it, but everyone present there on the night of the first story was skeptical and suspected it to be a murder. Then one of the other friends decided to do the story without the sacrifice again, and then he was met with the same fate as Olsen. Nobody knew what happened and why it happened, but there was Previs that get on to the closest to all of it. He said it all started one time at the camp college when he first time listened to the story and decided to tell the same story the next night. He did it without the sacrifice, and then, a few days later, he started seeing visions of beautiful women, and they would call her into the forests. Their beauty was too powerful to be ignored, and he went on to follow them. And then, when they would enter the forest, those beautiful women who looked like glowing butterflies would seduce the storyteller, and anyone who caved in would be killed. The only reason Previs survived was because they couldn't seduce him, since he was into men. Being gay saved Previs. So I decided to give the story a try, and that is why I am telling this next story without making a sacrifice of a personal item.
Our organization had everything we ever needed. We had great business, it was thriving, and we were making a whole lot of money than we ever had made. There are different businesses that we had. There were the multiple dry cleaning businesses, and then there were the other businesses of dry cleaners, lottery tickets, and the underground casino in the Chinatown. The business was started by my uncle, and he taught me everything I knew about the business, and I started taking care of him when he got older and couldn't handle the pressure that came with the old age, and I was the one to step in and take charge of the business. I was 18 when I took over the businesses, and with my education, I knew how to deal with the business things and how to make everything better, and even establish diplomatic relationships with people that could help me be better at the business that I was doing. My work was to make sure that our business get even better, and I tried to make the business much better on paper, and it was getting better. But the thing with it getting better is that it was also getting bigger. And though bigger is mostly better, this time it wasn't better. The bigger the business gets, the more eyes are on it, and the more eyes it has, the more careful I have to be. And that was something that I was keeping my eyes at. Our businesses were expanding to outside of the boundaries and limits of the Chinatown, and breaking towards exports and imports, and it was then that it started the eyes of the vultures were lurking upon the empire of businesses that I was creating. It was the FBI. The FBI was getting their sucking eyes on our business, and that was definitely not worth the trouble that would later on follow. I call the FBI the vultures. Now, if they had any sense of justice, they would just punish or do the right thing, as justice thinks it is. But there is so much more to these vultures. They just don't want you to see behind the bars. They also want part of your businesses. They want more, and they will play with you as long as they need is saved. So I had to take care of these vultures, and in order to take care of these vultures, I had to make sure that they would get off of my back. But to do that, I had to make sure that I was getting them just the things that I wanted them to feed, and not everything else. I made sure all the covered or the dark side of the business stays hidden. So I had people all over the places, people who would tell me if everything moved without the right intention in my business. While the FBI was behind me, I got the information that they were planning on setting me up and trying me to get the blame of things. And the first thing of the business is to take care of the people that are trying to harm your business. And the FBI was not my friend, not until some years later.
One of the people told me that I had a mole in the organization, a free spirit that was feeding information to FBI. And so I started the conversation, and people at the FBI were ready to pin me down on the coming Wednesday. It was pretty certain that was bound to happen, so I waited my time to plan my moves. I knew the events and how they were to happen. I did my research just like the FBI did. I knew everyone. I knew every agent that was there in the room that were going to assemble to get me down. But the cards were something that they didn't know about, the wild cards. And I entered, and I knew the room was wired, so knowing that, the place will be the place where they pin me down. I entered and said, "If you gentlemen would follow me to another room, that would be nice." And I left the room, and the men followed. And then we walked across the road and reached the warehouse. And as they entered, they could see some people tied up. And they saw it, and it was their family members. They were all tied up and their mouths were shut. And then I said, "Well, gentlemen, lovely family you have there. It's nice to have such lovely families, someone to share memories in life and business with. Things we do for the family. Well, here's the options. Let me clear them out for you, because it is the last time that these options will be out for you. So here's the deal. You tell them boys at FBI you got nothing on me, and I will let them all be. But they stay safe as long as FBI stays off my back. But if something happens to me and the FBI is involved, let me tell you, these people will not get the treatment they are getting now. So let us all get one thing clear. These people will be released when I have my files over here, and FBI have taken away the vultures, and most importantly, I have an information for your head. There's something private. Get him and get off." And that cold, long, one-sided conversation was enough for me to get the FBI off my back. But then I had things over a really important person that hangs out in the Oval Office. Something that happened between him and Lu Xiang in the Chinese bar once. FBI were quick to realize that I was left alone. And then as I said FBI were back years later, this time they wanted my help rather than getting me behind the bars.
The town that I lived in has developed a lot since this story. But when this happened, there was a lot of factories spread out with lots of land in between them. There was a Walmart being built in the area, but it had barely started construction. There was a main highway that ran through there, but my mom didn't like taking it as much as traffic would get bad most of the time. The side streets we would take were desolate and not much light. There was also little to no cars taking these streets. I can't remember where we were coming from that night, but in the car that night was my mom, my brother, who is 3 years younger than me, and myself. My mom is obviously driving, I'm in the passenger seat, and my brother is sitting behind me. My mom is the sweetest person ever, but is very adamant that she will never stop to help somebody on the side of the road or pick somebody up, especially when her kids were in the car. She does, however, make sure that she calls the police so they can help. It was around 9 p.m. and we were going home when my mom and I spot someone on the side of the road by the passenger's side with their hood up. Nothing out of the ordinary as my mom slows down a little since it is dark outside and doesn't want to harm anybody that might be fixing their car. As soon as we are close to the car, this guy steps out from around the hood of the car towards the street and is waving us down. I don't remember much of a description because I wasn't paying much attention. Plus, I could barely see the man, but I do remember feeling bad that we weren't at least going to stop to see what he needed. The man at this point is in the middle of the road waving his hands, but as we come up to the car, we don't see anybody else in the car. So my mom swerves around him and tells my brother to find her phone and her purse that was on the floor between the front and back seats. I look at my mom and she looks in her rearview mirror and her face goes white and her eyes get wide. My mom slams her foot on the accelerator. This is highly unusual for my mom as she is really good at going the speed limit. At this point, I know something is wrong. My mom's voice goes high and in a panicked voice is asking my brother where her phone is. I'm yelling at her what's going on. All this chaos is freaking my brother out with him being so little he's crying and can't find the phone. My mom keeps her eyes on the road but keeps glancing up continuously at her rearview mirror and finally answers, "He's following us." I'm not sure what she was talking about, but know that this isn't a good situation. My mom is speeding towards the highway, and thank goodness there's no traffic. I look in the back window and see somebody passing cars trying to keep up with my mother. I ask her where she's going, and she told me that she's heading to the police station. As we are getting close, my mom tells me to jump out of the car as soon as she stops the car and grab my brother from the back seat while she runs around the car to meet us. My mom stops right in front of the police station and doesn't even wait for the car to fully come to a stop before she puts the car in park. I open my car door as fast as I can and grab my brother, who has quickly opened his door. I take off in a full sprint with my brother in one hand and my mom on the other hand. Once we finally talk to a police officer is when I finally understand the full extent of what happened. My mom told the police officer that once we had passed the guy with the broke-down car, he quickly ran to the hood of his car and slammed it. He then got into his car and sped after us. That was when my mom knew that this guy had horrible intentions for us. She said he kept trying to speed up to get on the side of us, but she was able to speed up to avoid that. Once my mom turned toward the police station, she said the guy had stopped following. She gave the best description of the guy in his car, but because everything happened so fast, she didn't get a license plate number. I'm pretty sure the police never found him. I'm also not sure what the guy had planned for us if we had actually stopped to help, but I know that it was nothing good.
What should I tell you about the forests of Mexico? Haunted by the most fearsome witches and apparitions. These forests are a living nightmare, and every time we want to go to the city, we have to pass along through these nightmares. So to safely go to the city, we mostly start our travel very early in the morning so as to reach the city before the dark nights hit, as the forest is a miserable place during the day itself. This particular evening, me and my abuelita decide to head out to the forest earlier than usual. It wasn't particularly night neither. It was morning, but the dangling time between that. And I picked up the bindle and we started our journey toward the city. And we talked a lot on the way to make the way look shorter. The city must have been 6 to 7 hours away, and yet we embarked on foot. Our ancestors might have been closely related to Tarahumara runners. My abuelita was around 55 when this happened, so she was quite in shape to make such a strenuous journey. She was 72 when she made such the last journey, and the times haven't really improved since then too. I was 5 when we went on that journey through the dark forest, and good thing was that I was too oblivious to what had happened. I was on the epicenter of the scariest moment of my life, and had no idea of it until I was old enough to understand what had happened. So we started our journey, and we reached the first village exit in an hour. Abuelita was quite certain that we would make the journey on time. We were accompanied by the Villeros family for about an hour, and then up until the forest's eldest son of Elpo Jose Rodriguez was with us, to get some woods back at home. By 2 o'clock noon, we were in the forest and had enough time to spare for some rest and reached the city. We were even ahead of time. I decided to take a short route instead. Now that we were ahead of time, we decided to do that, and my abuelita, she said that she will not take the short route, and instead will go as usual, and she told me to walk straight and don't mess up. Me being me, I decided to go for the short route. I soon found myself lost and confused as the two diverted routes looked very similar, and I could barely understand which way I needed to go in order to meet abuelita. I was pretty sure that she was probably worried sick about now. And then I kept walking, taking turns through the dark forest and looking for the right turn to take. And as I walked, I saw someone coming up close, and it was a woman. And before I could ask her, she came and asked me, "Have you seen my kids? They were 2 of them. They were last seen by the river." I was a bit suspicious, and I just shake my head and without words told her that I have not, and just kept walking. And as I walked away and went to distance, I could hear her wailing sounds from distance. and as I walked further, I saw one more figure approaching me. And as he came closer, I saw it was a man dressed in the U.S. Army attire, and it was Senor Blanco. And I looked at his fingers, and they were chopped off. So I just walked away, realizing that these are all the ghosts from the folklores that we heard as a kid. And it seemed as if the whole forest was filled with them as they started approaching me. I kept walking without turning back. It was getting dark, and it must have been at least 3 hours since I took the short route, and I was worried about Abuelita more than I was for me. And I kept silently tearing up. And the biggest blunder I did was to stop and look behind me. As I looked behind, I saw all the apparitions were following me. I was more white than Senor Blanco, white of fear, as La Llorona kept wailing and approaching me, calling me her son. I slowly started walking away, and then picked up the pace to get the distance in. It was dark, and I was running blind with no sense of direction. I just decided to run up straight, scared, tearing, and calling out for Abuelita. And soon, an hour later, I found a bush that I ran across. And soon there was light, and it was almost as if it was daytime. And then just ran past it, and saw that Abuelita was walking, and she looked back at me, and said, "What use is a shortcut if it takes the same time?" I was confused and out of breath and seemed completely deranged. I've been running for more than 4 hours in that jungle. And as I got out, it turned out that all I was doing was running for mere 9 minutes. We did make it out of the forest in time. But things did change for me that day, for what I experienced was something paranormal. Later during her last days, my Abuelita did confirm the haunting of the forests.
The story I'm going to tell you today can be considered the worst experience of my life, and I almost burst into tears when I was saved. Not only me, but all my friends who were with me. This incident happened when we were planning a hiking trip with my parents and me. There were 3 more of my friends. They accompanied me, as they didn't want to miss the chance to go on a hiking trip. One particular day, we all were walking deep into the woods behind our resort. We planned on exploring the woods a little bit deeper. We weren't supposed to go in the woods because the adults said it was dangerous, but we were kids and bored, so of course we went anyway without thinking of anything. Well, we were walking continuously while playing and jumping from the branches and bushes. That particular day, we went far deeper than we had ever been before with my dad. Much deeper into the woods, we found a woodhouse. Not too big, but not in bad condition also. We were bored with that area that was the closest to the resort, but now it seemed like our exploring thing had led us in some good way. Behind that woodhouse, there was a treasure-like material lying here and there. The whole area was filled with broken furniture, couches, waste blankets, pillows, some tin boxes, and many more. There were couches and chairs which were in much better condition as compared to other things, and they were all set up like a living room. We thought that was a discovery for us, and that could be the coolest place we could have found in these woods. We all sat there on chairs and couches and started to relax for a while. We were lying there when we heard some creepy sound. At first, we thought that it was some squirrel or mongoose, so we ignored it. But second by second, the noise started to get louder. After some time, it started to feel like there was someone who was nearby, and with every passing second, the footsteps began to feel heavier. We got a little scared and began to look around, but didn't see anyone. But whatever the fact was, we were scared, and so we decided to head back to the resort. We were walking back when we all heard a beast-like roaring sound from behind, and that roar shook us to the core of our souls. We got very scared and started running while screaming and shouting for help. We were running as fast as we could, but the footsteps were coming closer bit by bit. As we were running, we heard those heavy footsteps gaining on us. Now we were really freaked out. At first, we heard only that footstep sound, but now this beast roar was giving us heart attacks each time after a minute gap. We didn't have any idea where we were going, but we didn't stop. We knew if we would stop, whatever that creature was would kill us for sure. And genuinely saying, I didn't want to die at such little age. I had my full life ahead of me. Now, we began to feel like those footsteps were chasing us. We continued to run in the direction of the resort and didn't stop even for a bit. I turned to look back while running and saw a black furred creature with a nasty face, and also its face was covered with furs. That creature was following us. I didn't know what in the world was that, but one thing was for sure. If he would get us, we would die here in the woods and never return back to our real world. We were all terrified and were running continuously as hard as we could. We ran to the resort and went in, but as we entered, we saw my mom standing there, and the rest of the resort staff was also there. They all started to laugh as we entered. We were all explaining everything, but no one seemed to be listening to our words. That was really strange for us. I went to my mom and asked her what was going on, and all of you were laughing. She grabbed me by my shoulder and turned me. I saw the black-furred creature at the resort gate. For a second, I was shocked, but suddenly it took its head in its hand, and my dad came out from it shouting, "Gotcha!" We all burst into tears after seeing the truth. It was my dad all along who was playing pranks with us, and here we were running for our lives, thinking that some strange alien-like creature was going to kill us. What a prank that was. My dad explained to us that while we were not in the resort, he went to search for us and found us all lying there deep in the woods. He wanted us to teach an important lesson, so he planned all this, and this was our punishment for not informing them before going into the woods. Needless to say, we knew that was a prank, but after that day, we never dared to go in the woods ever again. Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please feel free to do so.
I am now a 72-year-old man. This happened long ago, but I remember it so well. The background was a series of events that placed me in a mountain cabin outside of Frederick, Maryland, circa 1969 or 1970. Just say my life at the time was in disarray. I had dropped out of college. My father had died very badly, and I was alienated. I needed to get my mind right. The opportunity to move to an isolated cabin, to live in contemplation and solitude, was welcome. I had some inheritance money to pay for it. To the best of my memory, I was there 8 to 9 months. No TV, but books and radio. I had a library card, and I can't remember if I even had a phone. The story begins when, a month into my stay, a female beagle showed up at my door. She was a lost dog, and I took her in. Never could train her to do anything, but I fed her, and she was a sweet, if not the brightest, dog. A few months in, I began to feel a presence around the isolated cabin. Hard to describe, but I felt like someone was watching. On many occasions, I thought someone might even be looking into my cabin window, watching us. The next phase was the shadowing or following. I knew the folks a half-mile down the lane, woods all around, and would sometimes visit them at night. Something was waiting for me, and followed closely in the woods beside me in the darkness. You could hear it easily, footsteps in the woods, and it picked up its pace as I did. This not only happened to me, but to my younger brother who visited, and to friends, and it spooked them big time. At night, it was out there around the cabin. And here's the funny thing. I was never afraid, never felt threatened. Not at all, at least early on. There was no feeling of malevolence. I spent a good bit of time wandering the vast areas of woodlands around me. There was a state park just up the hill, and the Frederick Municipal Forest went on for mile after mile. The whole of western Maryland was much more country than it is now. None of the development had set in yet. In our hikes, the dog and I, we came across evidence of campsites, recent ones in the woods, traces of fires, old abandoned buildings that had corners that gave shelter and looked slept in. Garbage, food and drink, paper, what have you. Perhaps hunters, but much of it did not have the organized feel that you would get from experienced hunters. The last month of my stay there was when things intensified. Maybe he sensed I was preparing to leave. In the mornings, I would find small dead animals at the bottom of the front porch steps. The cabin had a small front porch screened with a light door and 4 wooden steps to the ground. A spotlight would illuminate the long front yard with woods close by either side. Dead animals began to appear at the bottom of the steps many mornings. I remember small birds, then a squirrel, a rabbit, even a weasel one day, like they were offerings. I had to grab them up before the dog ate them, and this went on almost daily for several weeks. One night, very late, I was awoken by some sound. I lay in bed and heard something from the front porch. I hopped up and hit the lights, and I saw that hound dog who never learned to sit or stay, standing at the front door in a perfect pointer position. She was shaking in fear. She never barked. I heard the door slam and footsteps down the steps. I hit the spotlight but saw nothing. I went out. He had been on the porch at my front door, maybe trying to enter. After that, I stayed in at night more and more. The animal offerings got bigger and bigger. Larger birds, a possum, a woodchuck. It really wasn't funny. The final 2 gifts were legs, either from horses or even cows. Big and bloody. One was skinned, dear God. And the second to last day, the dog left me. I could hear her in the woods howling on a trail following a scent. I looked for her in every way I could. Came up in the following weeks, but to no avail. She left as she came. I moved back to Maryland's suburbs of D.C., got an apartment with a friend, got a job and moved on with my life. One day not long after, I picked up the Washington Post and there was an article about recent encounters with the Sykesville monster. It's described as a tall, yeti-like creature, fur-covered, on 2 legs that would pick out a family or person and give them attention. I wasn't the only one. That attention, described in the article, was exactly what had happened to me. Following you at night, looking inside the house, gifts, and so on. I was shocked. If I had turned on that spotlight and seen a Bigfoot or Yeti, I might still be running. But I think I know who it was. Sykesville, Maryland was the location of the Springfield Hospital Center, a large state psychiatric hospital. It was 20 miles or so east of Frederick, and back then, many folks knew how to live in the woods. They grew up that way, country folks. I think the monster was actually an escaped patient, or just a free schizophrenic who lived outside. This is like all the homeless you see in the cities now, probably off his meds, but somehow functional and just lonely. He would pick people or families to adopt, so to speak. The camps in the woods could have been him. Nothing to do, he would make mischief. I think he liked me, but sensed that I was leaving. Now, I can't prove any of this, it's just my theory. My monster was very much of that time and place, and his behavior was what I noticed in nearly every case then. I don't think he could have survived until the 1980s. Deinstitutionalization of mental hospitals threw the mentally ill out into the streets and took away the shelter of hospitals. Unprotected, the mentally ill do die. But once in a while, they find their way to you.
My family loves Christmas. We're some of the most annoying people that start putting up the Christmas decorations in mid-November. And playing Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You for the first time every year has become a bit of a ritual. My husband and my 3 daughters always wear their matching pajamas, which I love. And although cooking Christmas dinner can be a bit stressful some years, I just adore being that family that all the relatives flock to when the festive season comes around. There's only one big problem. We're Australian. Time for a quick explanation. In America and Europe, Christmas takes place during the winter, obviously, but the months surrounding December are some of the hottest in the Aussie calendar. Down under, you are more likely to be sunbathing with your Santa hat on than sipping warm eggnog by a log fire. But just like everywhere else, pretty much all of our festive imagery consists of snow-covered winter wonderlands, fields caked in snow, and little robins red-breasted nestled in the bough of a pine tree. But where we live, in a place called Darwin, it's a lot more palm tree than pine tree. Like my two kids have never even seen snow, and in 2019, we wanted to change that. So even though people called us crazy for doing it, we booked flights over to a freezing cold Europe in late November. The whole trip was absolutely amazing. I found the flights to be a bit of a pain, but seeing some of Europe's most incredible sights given a festive twist by a dusting of snow was worth every minute of being stuck in that cramped demon tube. We saw Prague, Berlin, Rome, Copenhagen, Paris, and London. But what my family seemed to be looking forward to the most was seeing Ireland for the first time. The kids seemed to have it in their heads that it was some magical place full of fairies and such, and could barely contain their excitement, while the prospect of drinking Guinness straight from the tap had my husband almost as giddy as our two little girls. We arrived at this little Airbnb out in the suburbs of Cork, a semi-detached rental that looked like something out of a storybook, and before anyone even puts their bags down, they're clamoring for the Wi-Fi password. Now, my husband works in IT, and internet safety is something of a passion of his, not just because it's his occupation, but because he knows it'll help keep our daughters safe from some of the darker things that are out there in cyberspace. You'd have to ask him for all the details regarding the thing he does, but whenever we arrived at an Airbnb somewhere, my husband would like to scan the network to make sure it had parental locks and was otherwise secure. So, he's tapping away on his laptop as I'm having a quick cup of coffee when I noticed this particular look on his face, one I'd come to recognize as meaning, I don't like this at all. I take a seat next to him on the couch, leaning over to take a look at what's bothering him. All I can see is computer nonsense on the screen. I've never been very tech-savvy, so, much to my chagrin, I have to ask him to explain to me. He points to this line of text and explains that it told him that there was already a device connected to the Wi-Fi network when we arrived. He shows how he could account for all our phones and his laptop being connected, but there was one mystery device somewhere. Then he opens up another window and points towards a little icon, one that was clearly a little picture of a camera. Me being me, I try and see the positive side, suggesting that it's a security camera installed on the exterior of the property, but my husband does a lap of the building and says he couldn't see any kind of device anywhere. It's at that point that he starts trying to work some of his IT magic, and a few minutes later, I hear him calling me back into the kitchen in one of those dad voices like something is wrong, but I can't tip off the kids. His eyes are all wide as he points towards his laptop screen again, and on it is a video feed of the bedroom our girls were planning on staying in, like a top-down view, as if the camera were on the ceiling. We just go running up to the girls' room to find that the camera had been hidden inside a smoke detector that was directly over one of the beds. We still don't quite know who, but someone had been planning on watching our daughter sleep, which is just about one of the creepiest things that's ever happened to me and the family. My husband calls over the owner of the property right away to ask him why there was a camera installed in one of the kids' bedrooms. At first, the owner denied having CCTV on the property in the first place, and had the nerve to suggest that the video feed was coming from another property in the area, as if I wouldn't recognize my own bloody children. My husband had to actually threaten to send them a screenshot of the video feed to get them to admit it, and then they came out with a load of garbage about simply wanting to protect their assets. My husband then accused the person of being a voyeur and that he'd be reporting them to Airbnb, at which point they got all tongue-tied and couldn't think of anything to say. And then they just hung up. We called them out on being a creep, and they didn't have a word to say in their own defense. We were absolutely furious and thoroughly creeped out, having only narrowly avoided having that absolute dog staring at our kids all night. And even though it was quite late in the evening at that point, me and my husband got the kids to pack their things while we looked for a hotel nearby. It took us a good few months of emailing back and forth with Airbnb's customer complaints department, but we eventually got the refund we were most definitely entitled to. Airbnb also reassured us that they'd banned the homeowner from renting properties using the service, which did far more for my peace of mind than any amount of cash would have. I know there are people out there with those kinds of twisted desires and stuff, but never for a second did I ever think I'd run into one myself, let alone on our dream Christmas vacation over to Europe. The only thing that really worries me now is Airbnb's ability to keep this person and people like him off their platform altogether. My husband and I have pressed them on the systems they have in place to ensure their customers' safety, but they simply don't have any satisfactory answers. We made the point that this horrible voyeur could easily set up an account in the name of a friend or relative and simply continue recording people's kids against their knowledge, and the legalese email we received in response basically said, "We have no idea what to do about it." And that's the fear I'm left with, that somewhere out there is a little girl, lying peacefully in her bed, who has no idea that some Irish creep is watching them, doing God knows what while he does so. Way back when I first started middle school, it was in a different part of New Jersey, so I didn't really know anyone. I was terrified I wouldn't be able to make any new friends, so imagine my relief when I met Jenny. Jenny isn't her real name, and I'm not going to use any real names in this for reasons that will become obvious. So me and Jenny became fast friends, so we decided to have ourselves a little sleepover at her mom's place. Our parents talked it over and we arranged for me to go home with her on a Friday after school, then my mom would come get me on the Saturday morning. The Friday arrives, I catch the bus back to Jenny's place with her, and this marks the first time I ever met Jenny's mom. She seemed weird, to say the least. Jenny's dad wasn't in the picture anymore, and I don't think her mom took it very well, because she was the kind of woman who was into crystals and Reiki and all that other spiritual stuff. Maybe she was into that stuff before he left her. The point is, she was that kind of witchy woman, I guess you could say. The evening started off with Jenny's mom being quirky but nice, but at a certain point, she started opening bottles of wine and drinking them super fast. Like even at 13, I'd recognized that there was something not right about the way she drank. But given I was spending most of my time in Jenny's room, I didn't think it'd really matter. Wrong. Because at one point, Jenny's mom walks into her bedroom where we're hanging out and half collapses down onto the bed with a, "What you girls doing?" I don't know if other people can relate to this, but I always used to find drunk adults to be really, really creepy. Seeing how something as simple as a drink could change them so much, and not even for the better. Ugh, it made my skin crawl. But a scary story about, "Oh, poor me, I don't like drunk people," that's not what you guys are here for. So I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear that that's not the scary part. The scary part was when Jenny's mom started channeling spirits. It was legitimately one of the creepiest freaking things I'd ever seen. Seeing this grown woman trying to change her facial features and her voice to make out what the dead were talking through her. I knew it wasn't real. I was 13, not dumb, but seeing her believe it was happening, it was honestly one of the most disturbing things I'd ever seen. She'd pretend to be some long-dead murderer and talk about the murders they committed. Then she'd pretend to be a child cancer patient talking about how scary it was to die so young. Sick stuff like that. And we had to listen to her drone on for an hour or so, telling us all kinds of things that 13-year-old girls should definitely not be hearing. Eventually, she tired herself out and passed out on Jenny's bed. She just excused her mom and we continued the sleepover in the TV room. I was mortified for her, but to Jenny, this was the most normal thing in the world. Then, about 4 or 5 months later, just before summer break,
Jenny's mom suffered a complete nervous breakdown and tried to stab her with a bread knife. It was a whole thing in our town, and I don't think I'd ever seen Jenny again. Thankfully, she did end up getting adopted by a distant cousin who lived a few towns over, and so we still got to hang out every once in a while. But her mom was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, and I know that had a really negative effect on her. Me and Jenny lost touch after high school, but if she's out there and she just so happens to be reading this, I hope you're okay. I miss you, and I hope you and your mom are doing just fine now.
There was a point a couple years back where I decided that discovering Airbnb was the best thing that ever happened to me. And the weirdest thing was that the whole thing had blossomed from one of the worst things that ever happened to me. I've known friends and colleagues that have lost a parent and just sort of took it on the chin. Their death came in an advanced age or after a long illness. It was something that they could accept. But when I lost my dad out of the blue in 2017, it hit me really hard. He was fit and healthy. You're a really careful sort of bloke. And I doubt anyone could say the same for the drunk driver that plowed into him that Thursday evening. The only thing that was supposed to cushion the blow were the savings and life insurance payouts that the family got. I mean, it was a lot of money. Dad must have been squirreling away for years, enough to pay for my little sister to go traveling for what turned out to be a heck of a long time. But I didn't want the money. I just wanted my dad back. I had to wait for the grief to subside before I could decide what to do with it. And instead of just splurging it away, I decided to make an investment. It was around that time that a friend mentioned Airbnb and how an uncle of hers was making a killing from renting out a flat they owned in the city center. It was a bit daunting spending that amount of money, but I took the plunge. Then, after refurbishing the flats and posting an advert on Airbnb, I had my first booking within a week. The income was unreal. Within 6 months, I'd made half the money back, so I invested another place a year, and I was flushed with cash. And even though I kept my full-time job, it got to a point where I didn't actually have to work anymore. Cue fancy holidays, a huge car upgrade. Life was good. Then boom, COVID hits, and my Airbnb income completely dried up. Remember when we all thought COVID will be over in a few weeks or months? What sweet summer children we were, and I was no different. I had no idea it gets so bad that I have to straight up rent one of the flats to be able to keep up my lifestyle. But luckily, it was a seller's market. You wouldn't think that'd be the case during pandemic, but it suited me just fine. I was inundated with applications for one of the flats. I mean, I got literally hundreds of people applying on that open rent website. Finding the right tenant was a lot more work than I thought it would be. Interviewing all the various applicants was a pain. There was some right weirdos applying for the tenancy, and the more I dwelled over who to choose, the more money I was losing. But then one morning, I wake up to an email for a prospective tenant, telling me they'd be willing to pay $350 extra in rent every month, but that they'd have to move in by the end of the week. They didn't even want a viewing. They were happy enough to move in based on the photos I posted online. 350 quid extra was 50% over the odds, and way too good for an offer for me to turn down when I gave the bloke a ring. They seemed normal enough. It was pretty much done deal. All I had to do was hand them the keys. But when I actually met the bloke last December to do a masked up sanitizer-soaked socially distant key handover, it seemed anything but normal. I'm all for wearing masks and stuff, don't get me wrong. I think we should be doing all we can to defeat this. But this guy was completely covered from head to toe. Black Gator Rover's face hat on, had pulled over gloves, the works. I had absolutely no idea who I was handing the keys to really, just that they identified themselves as Stefan, in the same name as the account they contacted me. He barely spoke, and the whole interaction gave me a bad feeling. So I tell him, I'll come by in a couple of days to see how he was doing. He had already paid me 2 months' rent on top of a security deposit, so that was basically stuck with him for the time being. I was starting to think my desperation for cash was about to get me in a lot of trouble. About a week later, I gave Stefan a ring to make sure he settled in all right.
I have to call him like 6 times before he answers, and when he finally does, he seems in no mood to talk, but he still somewhat reluctantly agrees to let me stop by. I start worrying about what sort of state the flat is going to be in, but little did I know that I wouldn't be seeing it at all. He refused to open the door to me, citing social distancing and stuff which I understand and respect, but there are ways to conduct a flat inspection without violating the whole 6-foot rule. I insist he refuses. I insist some more. He refuses some more. By the time it got to him threatening to call the police, any potentially good relationship we might have had goes right out the window. Right when he says that I would my mask down to make myself heard more clearly, and I catch this horrendous smell in the air, when it's so bad that it actually silences me for a moment. I find myself putting my mask right over my mouth and nose, and the argument with Stefan trundles along with him agreeing to send me a video of the flat's current condition. The conversation ends, but I hang around for a minute to try to work out where the horrible smell is coming from. It seemed to permeate the entire corridor, like it was almost impossible to work out its exact source. And with it being so intense, nor did I want to, I just prayed it wasn't coming from the apartment. I just rented out. As you can imagine, I'm quite annoyed at that point. And as I walk back across the street toward my car, I turn back to have a look at the window of the apartment. Now my eyes are terrible, but I could suddenly see that this Stefan character and all the curtains closed, but had opted to hang a weird kind of mask in the window. I think it was a paper mache or something, and it must have been really old because it looked all shriveled, with long, wiry black hairs framing this pretty creepy looking face. I remember letting out an audible sigh like, Christ almighty, this is going to get so much worse before it gets better. And suddenly, the mask just disappears back into the curtains. It wasn't just some creepy old piece of decor. Someone had been wearing it and watching me while they were doing so. Stefan then sends me a video of the flat, which looked fine. Only there were one corner of the living room that he apparently refused to show me. I pressed him on it. He pretended not to know what I was talking about, and I decided to quit while I was ahead. It took a week before I started getting complaints. Other tenants in the building who must have gotten my number from the management company started calling me up to complain about the noise and the smell coming from flat 20, the one I own. And then after a while, the calls stopped being complaints and started more like warnings. Warning us about the things they'd heard coming from Steven's flat, and now the smell had gotten considerably worse. But still, Stefan refused any kind of formal flat inspection, and he still does even now. I drove past the flat about 2 weeks ago now. One evening when I was driving home from work. I'd had a late one at the office, so it was about 9 at night when I decided to take a little detour to check out the flat. I was met with almost immediate regret. Apparently, Stefan only uses red bulbs to light the flat after dark, and I'm staring up at the windows like, what's his freak up to now? When I see two people like running or jumping around the living room, completely naked by the looks of things. He's obviously not the only one living there now, despite there only being his name on the lease. I suppose this isn't even really a story because it doesn't have an end yet. I've already decided that I'm not going to renew Stefan's lease, that the flat that when his 2 months are up. I'll ask him to leave, or else get the authorities involved. Well, that's about the only thing I'm certain of right now. I have no idea what he's doing in my bloody property. What's making that bad smell, or who the other person is. Things have gotten pretty bad at this point, as I knew they would. But I have a really grim gut feeling that they can get infinitely worse than getting Stefan out of the flat is going to be much more trouble than I ever imagined it would. It's not even worth the money anymore. No amount of money is worth finding out what he's done something awful in there. I'll try to keep you guys updated in the future if I'm still in a fit state to do so. Because God only knows what untold horrors await for me in that flat. And God knows what Stefan will resort to in his efforts to keep me and everyone else from finding out. Wish me luck, guys. Things are definitely about to get weird.
I used to work for the Chico County Sheriff back in the mid-90s. Chico really in the middle of nowhere, the poorest place in the entire state of Arkansas. But when I was a deputy, there was never more than about 10,000 people in the entire county. It was and still is the kind of place that people drive through without a second thought. But I thought about Chico a whole lot. I think about it every day. Sometimes it's all I can think about, no matter how much booze I sink or how many pills I take. And back in the fall of '96, Chico started to become flooded with a kind of low-grade crystal methamphetamine that was called crank or biker meth. High-grade meth forms crystals, hence the name, but the low-quality stuff is just a powdery white substance that can burn up the user's throat because of the stuff it's cut with. We were finding that junk everywhere. It was decimating the poor folks out there. It was in the schools and the bars, even in the churches. We arrested this one kid who'd been awake all weekend and had sat there twitching in the pews until the collection plate came around. Didn't even care that people saw him take the money either, and was too messed up to even have any means of a getaway. Violent crime skyrocketed in the space of about 4 months. Things were getting out of control. We were picking up tweakers from all over that were making pilgrimages to Chico just to spend their money on the cheapest, dirtiest crystal we at the department had ever seen. I put cuffs on guys from Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, even as far away as Indiana. The county sheriff even got a call from the governor, who demanded something be done about it all. And as you can imagine, all that fecal matter rolled straight downhill. But we had no idea where this stuff was coming from. Anyone we picked up for selling wouldn't talk about who they got it from, no matter what we threatened them with. And they were like crystal commandos. And from my experience, that's just not like tweakers to cover for each other. They'll do anything to stay out of jail, because it usually means a forced detox. But these dealers, they kept their mouths shut. Like they were full-blood mafia, like Crystal Nostra or something. Like they were more scared of the guy selling it to them than they were of us. We bagged one guy with 6 pounds of the stuff, and it was me that drove him over to the county for booking. Afterward, I went back to my car, and there was all this might have caked onto the floor and into the back seats, my cruiser. I mean, it was everywhere. I smelled real bad, and I was livid that he had made such a freaking mess. But then it hit me. All that mud had come from somewhere, right? By the looks of it, we managed to bag the guy just as he got in the re-up from his connection. So wherever the sky just came from was muddy, real muddy, like maybe somewhere out near the Mississippi or one of the lakes out here in Chico. I decided to take a drive just to see what I could see. Maybe a little walk to have a feeling took me besides. What's the worst that could happen? I found our crystal cooks and brought them in for the big win. Well, as it turns out, that actually was the worst thing that could happen afterwards. I never be the same again. I spent a lot of time fishing with my pa when I was a kid. That's pretty much all there was to do in Chico, a county of over 40 separate lakes and reservoirs, and I've been to almost all of them. Most of the shorelines are shale or sandy soil, but one particular shoreline is pure mud when you're going to lose your shoes in if you don't have the foresight to wear rubber boots. And it has the infinitely creative but descriptive name of Mud Lake. And it was Mud Lake that I decided to take a drive to that afternoon. The lake itself isn't too popular with fishermen, not unless you're looking for some monster catfish, and those things can be much more trouble than they're worth reel in. So has some trace in the edge of his own foot. I thought it was pretty strange to see a trail of smoke wafting up through some trees around the other side. I mean, was faint, real faint, and maybe if the wind had been blowing just a little, I'd never seen it at all. But it was eerily still that day and just as quiet. It took me about 20 to 30 minutes of walking, but I traced the edge of the lake, right around to the rough area, could see the smoke. The closer I got to the source, the more I began to smell this disgusting, putrid stench, almost like a mix of rotten eggs and cat urine. I almost noticed that patches of what would have otherwise been healthy plant life had started to die, like whatever I was closing in on was death itself. How no life could survive near it. I thought about turning back a few times, but eventually came across when I was only described as a suit, use of wood panel and corrugated iron shacks. I know I should have called out to see if anyone was home or announced myself as a deputy and demand that whoever was inside should come out. But the feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach just seemed to stop any words from coming out of my mouth. Cops don't go by the book all the time, especially not small-town deputies like me. Besides, I couldn't hear anything coming from inside any of the shacks. And aside from the small campfire burning in a clearing between the shacks, there were little signs of human inhabitation. See, I push open the door to one of the shacks with my .44 drawn, and immediately recoil at the fumes that come out. And never actually seen a working meth lab before, but I didn't need any narcotic expert to tell me that's exactly what I'd just seen. There was all kinds of trash strewn around in their discarded packaging, from cold medicine, batteries that had been cut open, used coffee filters, and what wasn't included, all the improved glassware set up on the small table that I had heard stories about how bad they'd smell from all the chemicals being mixed up in them, which must have been where that cat pee smell was coming from, and backed off from the shack, coughing and sputtering, feeling nauseous with my eyes streaming. I felt awful, but at the same time, kind of elated. I was almost certain that I had found our meth cook. It was only when I searched the other shacks that I began to feel really freaked out. The first one was evidently some kind of sleeping area. The 2 camping cots set up on either side of the shack. The only thing was, they didn't look used at all. They were covered in the same kind of trash that was strewn about the lab shack. Gas canisters, tubes of what looked like rock chemical ingredients. Whoever used those shacks obviously didn't sleep much, if at all. There were also rows of dollar bills all over the place. These guys weren't taking care of the profits at all, it seemed. Either they were making too much money to account for it all, or money just didn't matter to them. And that was a terrifying prospect to me. Whoever was flooding Chica with crank wasn't doing it for the cash. They were doing it for some other reason entirely. But it was the things that were written on the wood wall panels that really got my attention. All kinds of weird phrases and symbols have been scrawled on the walls in what appeared to be black marble pen, stuff in chicken scratch handwriting so bad I could barely make any of the words out that were interspersed with skulls, difficult looking things, and little black stars. I backed out of the second shack and went to check on the third, which was by far the worst one of all. There was another rotten smell coming from behind a flimsy wooden door, but this one was from something very different to a meth lab. And when I peeked inside, I almost puked from how bad it was. Surrounded by yet more piles of trash and money was a big old wooden stake that looked like it had been driven into the ground as deep as it could possibly go, and tied to that wooden stake was the most mutilated dead body I'd ever seen in all my years of police work. Whoever it was had been dead for a while, but they hadn't completely decomposed yet, and there were so many flying insects and maggots crawling all over their face and body that at first it kind of looked like they were moving. I'm not sure how much damage had been inflicted while they were still alive, and I pray that most of the mutilation had been done post-mortem. But the look of agony of the corpse's face made that almost impossible to imagine. The poor saw that had been tied to that stake had been scalped, had one of their eyes removed, had teeth pulled, fingers cut off with the stumps looking like they'd been cauterized to stop them from bleeding too much. There was deep, dark-looking patterns of cuts across their face that suggested that they'd been carved up in a kind of ritualistic way while they were still alive. The same kind of black burn marks on their finger stumps were present on the torso and thighs, to looking almost like cigarette burns, but like they'd been inflicted by something bigger. There were many other wounds on the body that would have required a coroner to really be able to tell how they were inflicted,
But one thing was clear to me. Whoever this was had been tortured, maybe even to death. Then read his "I'm about to turn around the head" back to my cruiser and radio the whole thing in. I hear something moving through the trees behind me. I spin around to see the filthiest backwoods monster I'd ever seen, just walking through the trees in nothing but boots, a pair of urine-stained white briefs, a shin holster with what looked like a hunting knife tucked into it, and a gas mask. He had some kind of AR variant slung over his shoulder too, but luckily I had my .44 trained on him before he could react and reach for it. I told him not to move, put it down, and at first he starts raising his hands nice and slow. All I could see of his face was the cold, dead gaze that stared back at me through the misty clear plastic eye holes of his gas mask. There was just nothing behind them, like they were a doll's eyes or something alive but non-alive. Man, I heard something move behind me, and I figured it must have been his partner or whoever the second camping cot belonged to. And for just a second, I was dumb enough to give this guy my back out of fear that his partner was trying to sneak up on me. But it must have been a possum or something running through the woods, because there was nothing there when I turned. And by the time I looked back, the guy in the gas mask was unsoldering his rifle and preparing the fire. I let off 3 shots at him, and I'm pretty sure I missed every one. In return, he let off an automatic burst of his rifle that ripped up the shacks behind me, and somehow, either from the poor vision of his mask or the recoil of the rifle, managed to miss me to Nixon, I know. I'm running through the trees, trying to see the trunks cover in between, looking for a solid position to return fire. I can hear the sky barking like a rabid dog while he's chasing me, and I fire 3 more shots in a running gun battle that leaves my .44 empty. He replies with another burst of his rifle, and although it didn't feel like I'd been hit right away, I suddenly found I wasn't able to run anymore. Like I suddenly lost all feeling in my right shin. A human makes this mudded whipping sound like he must have seen me go down and realized one of those shots that hit the mark. But from the lack of follow-up fire, I figured that he too must have been out of ammo. I didn't see any spare magazine on him, and he was half naked after all. But he didn't have the knife on him, and I could hear him hollering about how he was going to use it on me as he took off after me through the trees. The whole time, I'm reloading my .44. I'm thinking about the state of the body back there in the 3rd shack and how he'd have all the time in the world to work me over. Just as I'm assuming he had done to the poor soul that was tied to the stake, that was the most afraid I'd ever been in my entire life. Every single other emotion pales in comparison to the intensity of that fear. I was shaking so bad I could barely load my revolver. Even with the speed loader, I could barely manage it. But somehow, I did. Rolling once my back and aiming just in time to see the monster coming through the trees, me with his knife in hand, I pull all 6 bullets into him, and then watch them collapse into the dirt like a sack full of rocks. It wasn't over though. I still had to crawl back through the mud and the blood to my cruiser, and I had to sneak past the cook's dead body in order to do so. The whole time I'm crawling past him, I was expecting his eyes to just open suddenly like a horror movie or something, for him to roll onto my back and plunge that hunting knife into my neck. While I was trying to crawl away, every second was drawn out of my heart racing as I tried to keep one eye on the guy and one eye ahead of me. But he didn't wake up. No one just gets up after taking 644 slugs to the chest. I was retired on medical grounds not long after. Doc said the bullet that hit me fractured when I hit the shin bone, and there's been a piece of lead still stuck in my right leg ever since, meaning I now walk with a permanent limp. But that's just the physical scarring of what I went through that day. Sometimes, I think the mental after effects have been way worse. I barely slept a wink for months. And if I actually did manage to drift off after drinking myself into a stupor, the nightmares would be enough to have me waking up screaming, having soaked the bed sheets with cold sweat. I got so bad that my wife couldn't sleep in the same bed as me until
hours upon hours of therapy sessions gave me some small measure of closure. I thought for a while she might divorce me, because the man that came back from Mud Lake just wasn't the same as the one that drove out there. I'm doing much better now. Me and the wife are still strong together, and we live down in Florida quite comfortably thanks for the compensation I got from the government. I got a Medal of Valor from them for something most guys would keep on display somewhere, but I keep that thing locked away in a drawer. I figure, maybe if I write something like this, it might help process what happened back at Mud Lake, thinking that it might help me get past it. My therapist thought it might not be a good idea, and I told him I'd rather just forget. But I know that it's not possible that the memories of Mud Lake will stay with me until I'm as dead as the cook in his gas mask.
My name is Allie. I'm 33, and from the ages of 19 to 23, I was addicted to heroin. How I got hooked is a story on its own, but I have a better story to tell here, and that's how I got clean. I say better story, but it's still not a good one. In fact, it's actually pretty horrifying. But it was what I needed to get clean, so silver linings, I guess. Anyway, about 18 months into my addiction, I got kicked out of my apartment, and my family didn't want anything to do with me. I really can't blame them. So I ended up out in the streets. I was 21, 5'2", and 110 pounds soaking wet, so needless to say, I was pretty vulnerable. I think I'd have been more scared if I wasn't focused on scoring all the time. That's scoring drugs, not, But as you can imagine, life for a young woman out on the streets is not a good one. And Jesus Christ, is it scary. So first thing you learn is that you need protection. Basically, and as a feminist I hate to say this, you need a man. Now, I was lucky. Most girls don't get a choice, but I happened to hook up with a guy who had been an addict for about the same time as me. It was only a few years older. We didn't just get together so it'd be easier to score. We actually liked each other, and after a while, I'd say we fell in love. We spent the next 2 years together, just trying to get by, occasionally trying to kick the habit and facing all the hardships that came with the lifestyle altogether. Together, that was the important thing. It was the only thing that mattered. But I can't quite bring myself to type his name for a number of reasons, and you're about to learn the main one real soon. So this guy would do anything to protect me, and I mean anything. He stole from me, hurt people for me, but only when I needed to be defended. We were each other's whole worlds. And when we got 3 months in county for his third shoplifting offense, he had an immaculate record before his addiction. I missed him like I've never missed anyone else, not even my whole family. I want to say that I was able to make it by without him, but that's not the case. And when he finally got released, I literally wept with joy. I was so happy to see him. The cops had forced him to get clean in the county, and the first thing he wanted to do when he got out was get high again. Luckily, I'd planned a little homecoming party in advance, which consisted of nothing more than a 10 bag of dope. So we quickly found a safe, quiet place to nod out, then started spiking up. He went first, then shot up the second half of the needle, and we fell asleep in each other's arms. Something I'd missed so much I can barely find the words to describe. The last thing I remember is him trying to pull away from me, and I figured it was to go pee or something. I'd missed him so much that all I remember is tugging at his sleeve, not wanting to let him go. I'd waited months for that cuddle, and he could wait a minute longer. Just a minute longer. The next thing I know, I'm opening my eyes and I can still feel the guy's arm around me. You know when you just wake up and it's like you're not fully logged in yet? That's 1,000 times worse when you're on dope. Like it was actually like, huh? Who is this? Before a second before I remembered my man was out. So naturally I feel this warm, fuzzy feeling. I wiggle back into him and I pull his arm tight around me. Then I reach for his hand to lace my fingers between his like he always used to like. And it's cold. Not just October in Chicago cold, like I need a pair of gloves cold, stone cold. The kind of cold that made me realize something was horribly wrong. I barreled out from under him, spun around, tried to shake him awake, but it was no good. I remember I screamed so hard that I puked, and that caused someone to come running to check on us. After that, I'm not sure how long, the cops and the EMTs showed up, and I had to answer a bunch of questions. It was OD, by the way, in case you were wondering. He just shot a little too much after being clean for a few months, and his tolerance had plummeted so much that, yeah, his body just gave out. The worst thing is, though, as he was overdosing, he obviously tried to get away to get himself help or something. That's what the tugging must have been. A minute later, he must have slipped away unconscious. All the while I was cuddled up, all snug in his arms. I slept with his corpse for maybe 5 or 6 hours, and that's something I still think about, usually at least once a day. I think about my addiction, how grateful I am to be clean, and that's the first thing to pop into my head. I can't type his name because it just tears me up inside, like it's the most triggering thing for me, so please forgive me that I'd neglect such an obvious little detail. I can't type his name because, even though we were addicts, I loved him with all my heart. I loved him, and in some ways I feel like I killed him. He was clean. I brought him the shot that killed him. It's my fault. It's all my fault. And that's something that I'll never, ever get over.
So this happened all the way back in the late 1990s when I was a college sophomore. Me and the girl I was dating at the time had been going steady for about 8 months, and since she was my first real girlfriend, my mom was pretty keen to meet her. And what better time than the holidays to introduce her to the folks? During the week before Christmas, my mom's family traditionally held quite a large gathering up at my uncle's place over in Sandy, in my home state of Oregon. Pretty much all my extended family head out there year after year from all over the Portland area, and since they've gotten word that I was bringing my girlfriend, the hype to meet her was huge. I won't lie, I was kind of nervous that they'd embarrass me in front of her, but that anxiety was totally misplaced. She got along really well with all of them, and despite some playful humiliation when a cousin of mine told her the story of how I literally peed my pants at the Haunted Mansion ride when I was a kid, they were a credit to me. And when it came to driving her back home, she seemed to be more into me than ever. We'd agreed to drive back down to Eugene at like 7 p.m. so I wouldn't be too tired driving back. But since we had such a good time, we stayed way later than we had planned to, and didn't get on the road until about 10:30 p.m. that evening. In the hopes of making the journey a little faster, I ended up taking the OR211 instead of just sticking to the I-5S for the whole drive. Annoyingly, this didn't quite actually make the journey any faster, but point being, the OR211 was pretty much surrounded by farms or these huge swaths of dense pine forest. So as you can imagine, big stretches of it aren't lit very well at all, and for some parts of the drive, we were moving through complete darkness, saved only by our car's headlights. But honestly, I wasn't all worried about it. I was pretty good at reading a map, and once I was back on the I-5, a road I knew pretty well, I figured everything would be all good. So we're just cruising along, in high spirits, talking about how goofy some of my family were, but generally my girlfriend was singing their praises and telling how she couldn't wait to meet them again. It's right around then that we hit a section of the highway that descends down this big old hill, heading up to the bridge crossing over Deep Creek. There, the highway is sandwiched by some of the densest forests you've ever likely seen, and there is absolutely nothing lighting up the highway. It's the only thing we can see from the front seats of the cars, like maybe 20 or 30 feet that our headlights are illuminating, and pretty much nothing else. But like I said, we're in high spirits, completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Right as the highway was starting to level off, something darts across the front of us so fast and so suddenly that I barely missed smashing into it. I brake so hard that I almost gave the pair of us whiplash. Then, when we're stopped, both me and my girlfriend are in a complete frenzy of, "Oh God, did you see that? What was that?" There are plenty of deer in that area of Oregon, plenty of coyotes too, but the thing that ran out in front of us was way too big to be a coyote.
and something about the way it moved gave me this gut feeling that it wasn't a deer either. The shape was just way too slender, almost like whatever was out there had moved on 2 legs, not 4. Now, next thing, I know how completely dumb this sounds in retrospect, but my curiosity just got the better of me and I decided I wanted to investigate. So again, this was also incredibly dumb. I turned the car like 90 degrees in the highway so I could point our headlights into the woods. Yes, this could have caused a horrible accident if another car had come along at the same time I was doing this, but I don't think I was thinking straight at the time. You see, as a kid growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I've heard a lot of stories about Bigfoot and Sasquatch, and I'd be lying if I said that they didn't capture my imagination. No, I'm not saying that I thought I'd caught a glimpse of Gigantopithecus or anything. I know the stories are mostly exactly that, just stories, but a part of me just wanted to be sure. So like I said, I turned the car 90 degrees, turned on the high beams, and stepped out of the driver's side and onto the highway. I stare off into the trees for a minute or two, but I don't see a thing. Nothing is moving out there, and the whole scene was as quiet as the grave. But as I'm looking, I get this feeling in the pit of my stomach, and start to feel as if though I'd made a huge error of judgment. It was one of the most intensely terrifying feelings I'd ever felt in my entire life, a feeling like I was being watched by something predatory. I know it's a huge cliche, and the whole I felt like I was being watched thing is such a tired old trope, but I don't really know any other way to phrase it. My heart was pounding. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing on end, and my gut just turned to ice. So without turning my back to the woods, where I expected the danger to come from, I started edging back towards the car. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I practically jump out of my skin when I hear the car's horn letting off one long, excruciatingly loud, extended blast. I mean, it scared me so bad that I almost straight up peed my pants, Haunted Mansion style. My first thought was that my girlfriend had ended up leaning on the horn as she climbed over into the driver's seat for some reason, because she'd done that once or twice before. But as I turn back around, I can see she's still on the passenger side, but that she's actually leaning over to push the horn in what was evidently a frenzied attempt to get my attention. I run back to the car and ask her if she's okay, but she doesn't say a single word to me. She just points off to a spot about 50 feet away from where we parked. I spin my head around to see what she's pointing at, and that's when I see it. What was, without a shadow of a doubt, the thing that had run in front of our car just a few minutes prior. Lit up by the residual light of our high beams, what I saw was really obviously a man, but he was covered in animal furs, what looked like a mishmash of deer skins, bear skins, and elk skins, and on his head, secured in a way I'm not even sure of, were these antlers. At the time, because of how closely it was to the holidays, I remember the words "reindeer man" just flashed into my mind. Maybe in the naive hope that the dude was dressed that way out of some misdirected festive spirit. But he certainly didn't seem in any kind of festive spirit, not in the least bit. Like I couldn't see his eyes because of the weird kind of head covering he had on, but I could see his mouth, and at first he kind of looked like he was giving us a smile. Only as I looked, I could see it wasn't a smile at all. This guy was just baring his teeth to us, like the way chimps do as some kind of warning. After that, he turned and walked off into the forest, never to be seen again. Obviously, right after that, me and my girlfriend just got out of there and got back onto the roads towards the I-5. It took us both a while to calm our nerves, but my girlfriend was particularly shaken up, and that's because she'd seen something that I hadn't. And as we drove on, she explained exactly what that was. While I'd been staring off into the woods, looking for Sasquatch or whatever, she'd noticed him out of her peripheral vision, but was basically frozen in fear for a moment or two as she watched him walking slowly towards me. Or rather, walking isn't the right word. From how she described it, this guy was stalking, the way a hunter might stalk a deer. The way she puts it, she had to summon up pretty much all of her courage to be able to lean over and honk the horn the way she did. Then when Reindeer Man had heard the honking, he backed off a little, before I saw him, and like I said, he kind of just froze in place before disappearing. I did a fair amount of online research when I got home to try and find out if anyone else had any run-ins with this guy, but there was absolutely nothing online about him. There are plenty of crazy survivalist types up here in the Pacific Northwest, and I'm guessing he was one of those, but they tend to be pretty open about their existence, sometimes even advertise themselves as militiamen or whatever, whereas the reindeer man seemed like he was living completely off the grid. I don't live in Oregon anymore. Me and my girlfriend during the encounter broke up at the end of college, but when we were still together and I happened to be driving down towards Eugene, I always avoided the stretch of highway that I saw the reindeer man on. I've told this story a lot over the years, and some people honestly just think I'm making it up as like a campfire tale or something. But it's not a tale, it's not made up, and it's definitely not just intended to be some dumb spoopy story. It's most definitely a warning to anyone traveling on that road at night, because if my girlfriend wasn't with me when he ran out in front of the car, if she wasn't there to spot him before he crept up on me, only to scare him off with a blast of the horn, I honestly might not be here to warn you guys. So please, this holiday season, drive careful, drive slow, and do not stop for any reason on dark, deserted stretches of forest highway.
This experience took place 4 years ago, after my time at the all-boys school, and I was back in Boston. I was 20 years old, and I was gearing up to go off to college in another state. Before I left, I made it a priority to spend as much time with my friends before our respective journeys into college life tripped us apart, and they always tend to. A friend of mine invited all of us high school friends to a bonfire in the Leominster, Massachusetts. For those of you who have never been to Leominster, it is basically the countryside of Massachusetts, where farming life and skiing resorts are plentiful. My friend, we will call him Chase, family owned a plot of land out there in the countryside that has been in his family since the early 1920s. I was excited to go because I used to live out there when I was very young, about 5 years old, and haven't been out there since then. A few other friends, we will call Kendrick, Sophie, Talia, and Kane, decided to carpool up there. Since Talia and her mom own a minivan that she scored for us to travel in for that weekend, about 15 minutes away from our location, Kane asked Talia to pull over in a liquor store to buy some drinks. Keep in mind, some of us were only 18 to 20 years old, but Kane just turned 21, so obviously we stayed in the car well. He went in to get the drinks. My excitement went up another level as up until this point. I never had alcohol before, and this will be the first time after Kane returned with drinks. Talia drove us the rest of the way to Chase's place. When we arrived there, it was just about sunset, and Chase was standing outside waiting for us with his arms extended, and that gesture of what took you so long to hit parked, and we poured out of the van. His cane showed up, chased the alcohol, and Chase's frustration quickly shifted to a smile, as if all things were forgiven. Chase ushered us to the back of the home, saying that we had already started barbecuing and food was practically done and getting cold. Later, as it was dark outside now, and my friends now were sitting around this bonfire, which was stacked with broken pieces of the family barn that was located a few yards from the actual house, with hay used as kindling, laughing and carrying on about high school memories. I was on my second beer at this point, drinking slowly as I didn't want to get drunk, as this was my first time drinking, and I was afraid I'd pass out and miss the festivities. But I did have to pee. I announced I was going to take a leak. Chase reminded me to turn on the generator before heading in, so you can turn on the lights since this place lacked electricity for some reason. I assured him that I would as I stood up, but a sudden head rush overtook me. I was buzzes. I stumbled back. Kane laughed and called me a lightweight, and the rest of my friends laughed. I gave Kane the finger as I turned and started toward the house. Where it is, I was in the middle of the bonfire in the house. I felt compelled to look over at the dark barn. I don't know why, but I did. And I studied it for a moment. And just as my eyes were completing its scan of the barn, my eyes instantly were fixed and my jaw dropped. His panic took over me. Through the orange glow of the bonfire, illuminated the barn partially. Standing in the doorway of the barn, there was something standing there, staring at my friends, like this person was just glaring at them. At first, I thought it was one of my friends over at the barn, just wanted to check it out. So I looked back at my friends to see which one of them guys was over there. But all 5 friends were standing around the fire having good time. My eyes widened at this point, and I looked back over at the barn. And just when I did, the person who was once glaring at my friends was now glaring dead at me. He noticed I spotted him. I stood still in panic and shock because there was an intruder on my friend's property, and I needed to inform the others so we can run and get to safety and phone the police. And I felt goosebumps radiating through my body as it did before a long time ago, forced me to remember the silhouetted man from my school 4 years ago. This prompted me to fully study this intruder in case I needed to give a description to the police later. But when I did, I noticed the man was standing there, but his lower half was faded due to the glow of the bonfire, and his solid state was visible in the shadows. It was then that I realized what I was seeing. I mentally tried to calm myself as I fixed my eyes on this ghost who had not broken his glare at me. I muscled up the courage somehow to glare right back at him. I was now locked in a stare down with this figure for what seemed like minutes, but it was more like a few seconds. Just then I heard Sophia, "Hey, did you pee yourself or something?" Her words pierced my ears as I heard my friends laughing and asking why I was just standing there, but my eyes never broke from this figure. Just then, I felt this sudden burst of anger take over me like a fiery wave. As I was flung into the inferno of a bonfire, I felt sweat beating down my cheeks as I glared at this ghost who was glaring back at me. Just then, the ghost sort of smirked at me, as if he was taunting me. This enraged me further, as I could hear footsteps approaching from behind me. It was Kendrick coming to check up on me. As I heard him say, "Dude, what's up?" Just as Kendrick asked that, I bolted. I charged towards the ghost as if we were about to go to war, and the ghost stood for a few seconds, never breaking his glare on me. I felt my heart beating against my chest as each step I took. I became hotter and hotter. I felt like I was a man on fire. As soon as I was a yard or two away from this ghost, he steps into the barn out of sight. "Get back here," I remembered shouting. I got to the barn doorway where the ghost stood and flung the door open and stood there expecting to see him waiting for me. But nothing. I was staring into pure darkness of the barn. I remember my heart beating hard against my chest. My sweat-drenched shirt clung to my body. Heavy breathing ready to adrenaline coursing through my body as I was ready for a fight that would never come. The next thing I knew, Kendrick, Kane, and Chase ran up to me and grabbed my arm, knocking me out of my daze. My body instantly felt normal, so I no longer felt like I was on fire. Completely confused, I didn't know what came over me. I never felt such anger before, as I am known for my buds as being a very chill guy, but I was truly ready to rip this ghost guy's head off of his body, or lack thereof. My friends figured out that I must have been drunk or high or something to rationalize why I acted like that. They began escorting me back towards our bonfire, where Sophia and Talia was sitting looking at me with concerned eyes. Still trying to rationalize what I've just done as my friends guided me away, I turned my head to look at the barn's door, which was still wide open once more. And I kid you not, deep into the dark barn, I saw him. More specifically, I saw his floating head as his eyes were staring straight at me with a devilish grin. Nobody, just his head. I turned in face front words as we neared the bonfire, and my friends began to calm me down. Sophie spoke up and asked what happened. I remembered saying nothing, as I didn't want to appear crazier than I just made myself out to be. I had to go take a leak, but I figured that I would just hold it until we went back inside together to prevent myself from acting out like that again. We did eventually return back into the house. I took my leak and ended up passing out on the couch. As far-fetched as the story might sound, trust me, I know it does, but it really happened to me. The fact that I was ready to go to blows with a spirit, absolutely insane. Kane eventually confessed to me a few months ago. Yeah, we do keep in touch that I must have taken his LSD blended drink as we were drinking the same brand of bottled beer, and we were just putting it down randomly and picking up on what we thought was our own beer. We knew that must have been the case, because he didn't feel like the effects of the drink that entire night. But when he saw me act like that, he figured that was the reason why. I honestly don't know if I was drunk or tripping off my friend's LSD, but I truly felt that there was a ghost in that barn taunting me, angry that Chase took pieces of his barn to burn in our bonfire. That was his way of getting back at us. That was my assumption, of course. I have a few more encounters that I would like to share in time, but this one still gets to me.
When I started working my last job, it was for people who had assisted living homes beautifully built to accommodate the elderly. Days before starting work at a newly built house, the company owner had me take some things over there one evening. It was autumn and growing dark earlier with nighttime, closing in pitch black. There were no lighted areas. It was an area where new homes were being built near surrounding woods with very few streetlights. Upon entering the new house, I went to find the place and was told to put the stuff down. I walked around, admiring the beautiful new rooms and furniture, although something seemed off. I knew that I was fortunate to be getting the full-time position on my preferred shift working in this beautiful new house. Although I was satisfied, something in the atmosphere seemed very off. That wasn't the expectant feeling of being a bit nervous working with different people, with most of whom I'd never met, or the feeling of emptiness of a place or property having never been occupied. The entire area where the homes were being built just felt off. Business at the new house began, as it slowly filled with residents and more than enough work for one or two of them alone. The strange vibes from the house still going strong. It wasn't until several months later the workers began to mention strange experiences they had. This didn't happen until some residents had passed away in the home, but I did not consider that as being the reason for the strange events. Not entirely anyway. The first weird thing that I heard was that a coworker was telling me that she felt as though she was being smothered as she sat near a resident's bedside working the night shift. I will always remember the time that I was taking a break and making popcorn in the microwave. Some had burned. Fearing it would smell up the house, I took it to the garage that was conveniently attached to it. When I came back inside the house, the entire kitchen reeked with the scent of air freshener. There were plug-in air fresheners in other rooms of the house, but none in the kitchen at the time. The strong scent I was smelling was nothing like the other air fresheners, and they were not even the type that have the automatic sprays. I checked all over the house for any air freshener spray cans or cleaners. That may have been a cause for the scent, but found nothing. All fresheners were in the garage, and the residents were all sitting quietly in the living room. Some incidents that were told to me were from two coworkers that experienced lights turning on and off without them touching them. One worker said that she had turned out the main light in the living room because it was bothering the resident Ty. After helping all of the residents to bed that night, she came back from the hall, only to find it was turned back on. She thought someone was in the house. A worker on the midnight shift mentioned that she had the lights on in the main part of the house. She had gone into another area of the house, and when coming back out, she found the lights out and very dark. One evening after my shift, I was talking to one of my good coworkers over the phone, and she was working at the house. She told me that she had heard something in the whole area near some of the bedrooms. To her surprise, she found one of the Christmas ornaments that hung on a doorknob moving all on its own. It was repeatedly lifting out and hitting the door in a quick, timely manner, creating continual knocking. The ornament was very light, made of felt in Christmas colors, with small bells lined down the middle and front. There was also a small brown felt Christmas tree on the bottom of the front. All of the bedroom doors had one of these kinds of ornaments hanging from the outer doorknobs to decorate for Christmas. What creeped me out was the methodical, rhythmic way it was knocking, as if something was saying hello to you. I took a video on it on her phone, and I asked her what she thought about it. She said she didn't know what to think. She wasn't one to believe in ghosts. I thought that maybe she was trying to play a funny prank on me. I tried to use a fan to blow the ornament and see if I could get it to move like it had been before. The fan just made it blow in all directions, no matter what speed I said or where the fan was placed. It seemed to me that if a string was used to make it move, the ornament could have been much heavier for a quick pull of gravity to make that precise knock. Some months later, a new employee started working the midnight shift and was doing run checks. When approaching the door, the ones had the moving Christmas ornament. She heard the little elderly resident inside speaking with someone that sounded like another elderly lady. This was when all the residents were soundly sleeping in their own rooms. Some nights later, I was told that the same resident came out of that room in hysterics one night, fearing that demons would harm her. I heard of this happening at least twice. This was entirely out of character for her. Demons would never something she'd speak of. Perhaps she was reacting to something in that room. Years later, the room became open for another occupant. Another little lady came to stay. When she was being assisted to her room for bedtime every night, she always stood in the doorway, making the sign of the cross, and would say, "Bless the room." This I know to be true. I had seen her do it. No one had told her the story of it. It was all though she knew that something wasn't quite right with it. One afternoon, a worker came in for her shift, and the company owner also came in around the same time, needing some help taking some stuff down to the basement. I stayed over my shift to help. We braced the basement door, which was designed to swing shut and automatically lock. My coworker bumped a tall, thick drinking glass off the kitchen counter. He hit the hard-tiled floor, sliding toward the open basement door and down the stairs. It went. I could hear it hit every step before landing at the bottom. It was a tall stairwell, and I dredged cleaning broken glass. I went to retrieve it, not seeing any broken glass on the steps. When I picked up the glass, I find no breaks, cracks, or chips. Upon examining it, though, when I had been expecting to find it damaged in at least some way, there was also a kind of chaplain that will come to the house and tell inspirational stories to the residents. He would sing and play music to them and have them sing along. And I asked him if he could bless the house, and he said a nice prayer. One day when I was at work, a frequent visitor called me over to her and shockingly told me that something had just whispered her name in her ear. Another day when she was visiting, she mentioned feeling an oppressive, threatening feeling. As she went through her mother's clothes in the closet, she said that she was going to bring in some holy water and bless the house. She and I were in agreement on never talking about anything we discussed about the house, and we walked through the house in prayer. She marched each door in the sign of the cross with holy water, and the paranormal activity seemed to die away after that for a bit. One night, a coworker working the midnight shift was putting Christmas decorations on the fireplace mantle. She took pictures with her phone camera of how it looked when she was done. A picture I had her center my phone shows eerie bluish rays near the fireplace mantle by the ornaments and by the Christmas tree. She told me she had done a video in the room, and it showed some really crazy stuff, but she deleted it. It was fun to kid coworkers and put out Christmas ornaments like that one moving on its own, so I don't know what it was with the Christmas decorations, but something seems strangely attached to them. The house owner apparently bought many of them at different yard sales. I had also worked with two good coworkers, each in different years, who noticed a strange feeling from the house and surrounding area. The final creepy experience that I recall happening one afternoon when I stayed after my shift, and I was talking with a coworker and a visitor in the kitchen. We were talking about some of the weird things about the house, and she was sharing some of her own paranormal experiences that had happened in her own life. Right in the middle of conversation, 3 loud, distinct knocks could be heard coming from a nearby bedroom. It was in plain view. We all heard it. None of us record seeing anyone go in there, and residents would have needed assistance walking away. We opened the bathroom door to find it dark and empty. many of these experiences what you will, but I guarantee you that they are all true.